Buenas, bananas, Jesus. I apologize for our late start. The governor was in another meeting, and she is scheduled to make welcoming remarks this morning. So we're going to give her some time to get here. But I do want to announce that the breakfast is going to be closing in about 10 minutes. So if you haven't gotten something to eat, coffee and tea will be available all morning. But if you want to get food, please do so now. We will be starting shortly. We just want to give Gov time to get her to address our audience. Suzuis Masi, thank you for being here. Okay, buenas, hafaday. Manana Sizuus, thank you for being here with us this morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. I believe we are live on our social media. The conference will be streamed on PBS's YouTube. Thank you to PBS for the assist on that one. I know a lot of folks are not able to get here today, and so we wanted to make the conference available to everyone. Hafaday. Welcome to Fanhita, Security, Sovereignty, and the Path to Peace, presented by the Commission on Decolonization. Wahusi Melvin Wampat Borja. I am the Executive Director of COD, and I'm grateful to see so much interest from our community in this very important issue for Guam. This will be our third Fanhita conference, and we have an exciting lineup of panelists and subject matter experts that we are sure you will find informative. At this year's conference, we are focused on security, sovereignty, and peace. For the Chamorro people, this conversation is complex. If we are going to have a genuine conversation, it must include our history of colonial rule, our inferior political status, our sustainability, and so much more. Guam's security considerations cannot be limited to just hostile threats. It must include our food sovereignty, our resilience to natural disasters, our healthcare capacity, our public services, and our infrastructure. Genuine security for Guam will take insight, strategy, experience, imagination, creativity, and resources. But we also recognize that these challenges cannot be solved with money alone. Funding is good, but sovereignty is better. To address these challenges, we need to resolve our political status and empower ourselves with self-government. We will cover a lot of ground in the course of this event, and we are hopeful that this will broaden your perspectives and inspire you to continue these conversations with your families after you leave. Sizuus Maasi for being a part of the discourse, and we hope that you will find value in the conversations. Hita Lamon. Okay, to start us off, as many of you know, the Commission on Decolonization was created by the Guam legislature in 1997, and actually the senator that authored the bill is in this room. Hafaday Senator Auntie Hope for being here with us, authored by her office. And we're very excited because what part of the strategy was to ensure that this is connected to our government at the highest level. And so in that law, it designates that whoever is the governor of Guam will serve as the commission chair. And for many of us who have been doing this work for a long time, we've experienced what the work of the Commission on Decolonization looks like when there's not a commitment from the administration at that level. And so we are very fortunate to have a chairwoman, a governor, that is willing to commit to this cause and to empower people in our community to do the work. We are a small operation, but we like to think we pack a big punch. And we are grateful for the opportunity to engage our community and do this work alongside you. So if you can please help me welcome the Honorable Lourdes A. Leon Guerrero, Magahagan Guahan, and Chairwoman of the Commission on Decolonization.
Sizuus Maasi Mel. I just want to say that it is an honor to be the chair of the Commission on Decolonization. And it's even a greater honor to have that chairwomanship and under the leadership of Melvin Wampat Borja. Melvin has really been a very, I want to say, very astute and very aggressive advocate for self-determination. And he's been very, very objective of the three statuses that we will be voting for. And we are both, and the team, very, very committed to making sure that we do vote for our determination. So I am very honored to stand here before you. And as Melvin said, by law, I was authorized to be the chairwoman, and thank you, Hope, for that. I think we were both in the legislature when that piece of legislation went by. It's no secret that decolonization and self-determination were priorities for us and in our administration when we first ran for office. And Josh and I were very proud of the impact that COD has had despite the challenges from the federal court system. This year, as part of their educational outreach, the Commission on Decolonization has decided to focus on defense, national security, and the path to peace. This theme hits very close to home for many of us who are the children of Guam's greatest generation, the World War II survivors. For many Chamorros who survived that Japanese occupation, any relationship with the United States of America was an investment in Guam's defense and security. We wanted to ensure that our children would never know the horrors of war the way that they did, and we wanted to be protected should war ever break out in our region again. For many, granting U.S. citizenship to the people of Guam was a major victory. It symbolized the hope for freedom, equality, and the assurance that we would be protected in times of war. It also represented an opportunity to advance our civil and political rights, develop our economy, and move Guam into the future. The journey is ongoing, and the initial steps were met with many challenges, like land condemnation, displacement, and a stifled economy and overall resistance to local self-government. Though many of our people still considered themselves to be patriotic citizens committed to upholding American democratic values, it wasn't until 1970 that we were allowed to elect our own governor. Today, we are one of the most modern and developed systems of government in the region, and our people have consistently found ways to enhance our autonomy in spite of our non-self-governing status. It is clear that we have severely outgrown this unincorporated territory status, and we continue to insist that a genuine act of self-determination is the most equitable and fair solution. Though we value our citizenship and desire a relationship with the United States, the fact of the matter remains that Guam became an unincorporated territory, and we became U.S. citizens not by an act of self-determination, but by an act of Congress. Despite our better efforts to resolve our political status, we remain a non-self-governing territory today, and we are still experiencing similar fears and anxiety as tension rise between the United States and China. It is easy for each of us to get wrapped up in the looming threat of war. Every news channel has something to say about the role of Guam as a military stronghold and the heightened attention placed on our island as the most important military asset in the Western Pacific. Amidst all of this lies the glaring inequity of our political status, as our island leaders are not included in policy decisions that could decide the very fate of our island. Without meaningful representation in a representative democracy, how can Guam's concerns ever truly be addressed? How can a government serve a people when the people cannot participate? As governor, I must balance my fears as a mother against my responsibilities as an elected official. But both mother and governor agree that Guam should be allowed the dignity to speak for ourselves. The conversation around defense and national security is complex, and there are many valid and important perspectives to consider. I do know and believe in one agreeable stance. We must put safety and the well-being of our people first. And I think we can all agree that when it comes to safety and well-being of our people, Guam should always have a say. As an unincorporated territory, we do not have the same political strength or negotiating power as our sovereign island nations or as a state. The Chamorro people are an ancient civilization who survived for thousands of years by living in harmony with nature and by valuing human life. Though we are not naive to the reality of the conflict-filled world we live in, we also recognize the true cost of war. Our people know firsthand what it means to be caught between two warring nations. Our children were raised on the horror stories of the ones lucky enough to survive. Though we understand that violence is always a possibility, is there not a possibility of peace? If Guam is critical to military strategy in the Pacific, can we also be critical in diplomatic engagement in the pursuit of peace? How would Guam and the Micronesian region be ambassadors of peace? Both the people of Guam and the Department of Defense are acutely aware that the threat of war is real. We must all consider what our defense against a hostile threat looks like, and we can agree that deterrence should be a priority. But what does deterrence look like when Guam is self-governing? How could the perspective of the people here in our community that bears the disproportionate burden of conflict help shape a policy on peace? How can the perspective of our people help shape national security policies and expand the other priorities that are critical to our survival? Acknowledging that our political status as an unincorporated territory does not allow us full participation and consent authority, I have decided since the beginning of my administration to be involved to the fullest extent possible. Hence, our very friendly working relationship with Indo-PACOM, the Pentagon, the White House, and Congress. At a minimum, it opens communication with a perspective of our island and our people, and many times our perspectives are sought. However, this does not replace the greater interests and strength of our island sovereign nation. One of the priorities of the conversations today and tomorrow is to expand our understanding of national security. For most people, national security is mostly about military might and strategy. When most people think of national security, it centers on protection from a hostile attack. However, for people like us who live in these islands, it is critical that national defense and national security also include our address of climate change and the rising sea level. It must include healthcare, food sovereignty, waste management, education, and environmental and cultural preservation. All of these issues significantly impact our ability to survive in our homeland and cannot be ignored in the conversations about security for Guam. I recently attended the 2023 Pacific Defense Contracting Summit in Hawaii, where I stated that we are uniquely positioned to be the regional center of excellence for medical services and human health. And my strategic vision for healthcare is one that is consistent with the needs of my people, as well as the national security strategy. I believe that security for Guam cannot focus solely on military threats, must expand into genuine security and also address resilience to natural disasters and our ability to develop and grow our economy. Genuine security must also consider how we care for our most vulnerable citizens, how we provide access to health care and education, public safety, and public services. At the summit, I addressed critical investments needed towards healthcare and highlighted Guam's ongoing infrastructure projects, including road construction, trans-Pacific submarine cables, and the broadband equity access deployment, the BEAD program, because these initiatives symbolize our dedication to building a resilient, sustainable, and technologically advanced infrastructure that supports both economic growth and national security objectives. But again, these objectives cannot be limited only to the continental US and the citizens in the 50 states, underscoring the significance of self-governing and self-determination. If policy decisions are being made to address national security objectives in a situation in which Guam is clearly more at risk, then Guam should be at the table. If Guam was either a state, an independent nation, or in a freely associated relationship with the United States, these discussions would be entirely different. We would be consenting rather than consulting. We would collaborate and negotiate rather than duly note and mitigate. During this Commission on Decolonization conference, our hope is for a healthy discourse on the value of self-government and the conversations around defense and national security. In such a nuanced conversation, there is so much to discuss and so many relevant concerns. I encourage each of you to test the limits of your imagination and discuss beyond the confines of our current status. Even better, think beyond any particular status and instead focus on the solutions you wish to see. I am personally invested in expanding the idea of security beyond just missile defense system or military strategy. It is clear that hostile militaries are not the only threats to our safety and well-being. We must also contend with the rising sea level, the cost of living, access to food, to healthcare and shelter, as well as the threat of natural disasters. Super Typhoon Mawar devastated our island and changed the lives of too many people for us to ignore. The impact of a natural disaster on our island's security. Clearly, these issues are relevant and should be part of this conversation. Guam is most intimately familiar with these challenges, and we should lead the charge on shifting the perspective of these conversations. This is the value of self-governance, the ability to create the necessary solutions for a problem we face. Who better to lead this than us? I want to thank Melvin Wampat Borja, the Executive Director of the Commission on Decolonization, and his great team for organizing this conference. I hope you will find the sessions and discussions helpful to you, and want you to know that as governor, I am very accessible to your ideas and any options that you think that would better make the quality of our life, the quality of our families, and the quality of our children better improved and move on to higher levels. Sidus Masi, and thank you, and I wish you a successful conference.
Suju Masi, Governor, and thank you again for being here with us. Most especially, thank you to you for your commitment to this work. We have a fantastic keynote speaker for you today. But before we get to that, I would like to officially recognize some of our dignitaries and special guests. Of course, our Honorable Lourdes A. Leon Guerrero is here with us today. We also are fortunate to have the Honorable former Senator and former Speaker Judith T. Wampat. Yeah, I know you. The Honorable Senator, former Senator Hope Alvarez Cristobal. The Honorable former Senator and also Acting Chief of Staff Clinton Rigel. I would also like to recognize Ty Whitaker, who is a board member on the Commission on Decolonization and a member of the Guam Youth Congress. And I'd like to also recognize Felicitas B. Ango, member of the Guam Board of Education. Okay, am I missing anybody? No, okay. All right, my recognition list shrunk a little bit this morning. We're really excited to bring up our keynote speaker this morning. He actually is a son of Guam, is living outside of Guam now and was able to come back home for the Micronesian Climate Change Alliance Conference. And so we're very fortunate to have him here with us today. But if I may just introduce our keynote speaker, Javen Santos. Javen is a dedicated and accomplished young public servant with a strong background in environmental policy and climate advocacy. With over a decade of experience, Javen has actively contributed to shaping climate policy, particularly in areas related to environmental justice, science, and Pacific Islander issues. Representing Guam as an international youth climate delegate for the island is his current role, where he gets to test the waters of sovereignty for the island at the UN Climate Conference. With a magna cum laude degree in political science from UOG, Javen's expertise spans policy development, coalition building, and legislative processes. A versatile and effective communicator, he has worked across community lines for equitable environmental policy solutions. Please help me welcome Javen Santos.
I just wanted to start my speech by thanking the governor for what she had talked about in her speech regarding the context of the security of our island. You know, after facing the atrocities in the aftermath of World War II, you know, our island was looking for security. Our island was looking for sovereignty and a path to peace. And, you know, as time moved on, that path to peace is different than it is now. And we need to explore every option that we can to get to the best option for our community. But I wasn't always aware of the importance of decolonization. I think my first taste of what being from a territory meant was in April of 2013. I was a sophomore in high school with my head in the books and my honors classes in GW. Are there any GW students or grads in the audience? Viva, viva. Like many growing up in the island, I saw being a part of the United States as something that we were lucky to have. But April 2013 was my first experience of what living in Guam means for the US's security and our insecurity. North Korea threatened nuclear disaster for Guam. I remember not wanting to be at GW during nuclear disaster. And I remember half the school being absent from all the classes. Teachers didn't teach that day. We all just kind of sat on our phones, chatted about high school gossip. and played games on the class computers to distract ourselves from the threat looming over us. In my US history honors classes, we sat uncomfortably for several minutes before my teacher, Mr. Conception, gave us the floor to talk about how we were feeling. How did we feel about the threat? Did we feel confident that the US was here to protect us? Why did we think this happened? I appreciated that space because it let me think about why we were in the situation that we were in, why we were threatened. It helped me connect and realize what made us different from the other US citizens living in the mainland. Why did North Korea threaten our lives and no one else's? The answer was our territorial status. One school year after that incident, I started my policy experience in the Guam Youth Congress. Those are the young people who attended yesterday. You heard Lieutenant Governor talk about his experience, and I'd encourage any young people, no matter your background or interest, to give it a try. My first day in the Guam Youth Congress, I remember our advisor, Ricky Orsini, had guided me on my first step towards truly understanding what it means to serve the community. It was literally the first day. No one had written a bill. No one knew how. We sat awkwardly for several minutes, not knowing how session would go. She saw potential in me and came up to me. She told me, the beautiful thing about policy is that it does not have to be perfect. Drafting a bill is just the start, and it'll grow and mold and change. So getting started will make a difference no matter how much things change. That day, I drafted a bill. We debated it in the Youth Congress. It passed through the Youth Congress, and I truly saw the power of policy as a way to make change. I've used Ricky's advice in the Guam Youth Congress as well as outside of bills to fuel my determination in everything I did in my career next. I was in the Guam Youth Congress for 6 years. There I honed my policy skills and knowledge, drafting bills and debating them with my fellow youth colleagues. This policy knowledge helped me think broadly of how all levels of policy, local, national, and international, can be used as a way to make change for my community. I was fortunate enough to work with legislators such as Senator Talina Nelson, Senator Clint Rogel, who is here in the audience today. I also worked with Senator Lee to support her plastic bag ban bill that she passed into law. All these experiences allowed me to enter a climate policy organization based in Washington, D.C., where I wanted to use national and international policy to make the change my community needed and bring my perspective as someone from Guam to these spaces. Imagine walking into a room where no one even has an inkling of who you are, your experience, or your community. You have seconds to grab someone's attention, make a meaningful connection, and get them on your side. How do you tell them everything you want to tell them in brief moments that you have? How do you maximize that time, not only for yourself, but for the entire island you're representing? These are the questions I've asked myself. And for the past 2 years, in every interaction I've had in the international and national climate space, paving my own way, someone from Guam who has pushed into the international spaces and tried to learn as much as I can so that I can bring that knowledge back home, as well as represent the island's interests as best as I can. I have literally heard international diplomats and climate organizers tell me, I have never met a Chamorro in my life. Why aren't you all more involved in the international space? How do I explain 500 years of colonization in a passing moment? How successful was my advocacy? I'd say the actual advocating for the island was really tough based on my circumstances, mostly because I had a lot of learning to do and was still a new young professional. At the start, I didn't even really know how to advocate within my organization about integrating the voice of Guam and the Pacific into our work. But I learned a lot about the US, about national advocacy, and about the nonprofit industrial complex that I can use to inform future work back home. I'm sure that many of you in the room understand that decolonization and the climate crisis are connected. I wanted to highlight some of our island's neighbors. Tuvalu is a low-lying island that is at danger of being completely underwater if climate change is not addressed by the end of the century. If that were to happen, not only would it mean an existential threat for the people of Tuvalu, but their sovereignty would be jeopardized, as there has never been a recognized country with no actual land above sea level. Tuvalu has proposed uploading their land into the metaverse as a solution to their sovereignty. A novel solution, but one that intersects climate change with how much tech is present in our daily lives. Vanuatu was recently hit with a Category 5 cyclone, and for low-lying atolls like them, those typhoons could be an existential threat. And climate change continues to bring multiple threats to those islands, as well as to our island. I was receiving messages from one of the international delegates of Vanuatu asking for thoughts, supports, prayers, because their way of life is in constant threat from climate change. Other islands, such as RMI, are having to import concrete and other building materials to artificially raise their islands in the hopes of maintaining not only their sovereignty, but also their exclusive economic zones, one of the biggest ways that Pacific Islanders assert their sovereignty on the ocean surrounding their islands. Those who are not plugged into the international community and are just trying to survive and go about our daily lives, they may be unaware about the disasters happening in the world as well as in our region. But that's not their fault. It's a symptom of colonization and a lack of sovereignty to engage and build community with our neighbors in the Pacific. People always say that the oceans unite us, but for Guam, colonization continues to divide us from our community, our Pacifica brothers and sisters, and limits us from building true power. Though Guam is not a low-lying atoll, climate change still threatens the island's sovereignty. How can the island fight for decolonization if it has to constantly prepare and rebuild from increasingly intense typhoons like the one that has hit us in May this year? How can the island build up its workforce and job opportunities when community members have no choice but to leave the island after they lose their jobs or their homes after a typhoon? I've been living in DC for the past 2 years, and many diaspora I've met in the States, their families left home for 2 reasons. The first was a story of displacement. After Typhoon Pongsonghua in 2002, their families had no work and were forced to leave. Solving Guam's climate issues helps us focus on our community and focus on addressing the issues instead of always having to be in constant survival mode, awaiting for the next disaster. The other group left because their family was in the military. And we continue to see people leaving the island through the military for a better life. It's a symptom of colonization that our people have to rely on war and violence to provide food for our families. And with decolonization, we can hopefully charter a new path where our people can do more. But anyways, back to climate change work. Working in the climate change space, I made connections, always representing Guam for Guam's sake. With international friends, I only mention the US when it benefits me, like when I was at the climate conference last year and I had to share my Americanness in order to get in the room with State Department leaders, as well as with the US climate envoy, John Kerry. But mostly representing Guam on its own, I had the opportunity to practice sovereignty, but also allowed me to highlight security issues on my own. Representing Guam, I was invited to give a speech at the New York Climate Week this year in front of international organizations, foreign diplomats, and climate and tech leaders on the intersection between climate change and tech for the Pacific. I gave a speech trying to raise awareness of the issues Guam faces on that crossroad. The intersection between climate and security is that when Typhoon Mawar hit, the radio towers were down for weeks, and Guam's telecommunications suffered a cyber attack. 3 weeks there was radio silence on the island, which I'm sure you all remember. It's a threat of peace, it's a threat of sovereignty, and it's a threat of the livelihood and well-being of our island community. I think that it is really exciting that the COP28 presidency recognized Guam's sovereignty by selecting someone to represent Guam. If you look at the delegates, it's the Guam flag alongside foreign countries in the International Youth Climate Delegate Program. I get to work alongside delegates from across the world at equal footing with countries around the world. No matter what self-determination status you believe in, you have to admit that Guam getting a voice on the international stage when other states don't have that access is really exciting. The US State Department normally negotiates on our behalf, but they don't know the unique issues happening in Guam. So us getting a voice separate from that helps us highlight some of our unique circumstances and concerns to the international community. One of those concerns is how the military intersects with climate change. The military buildup is happening all around us. Camp Bloss infrastructure is coming to be developed. The live fire training range in Uzbekistan is already being used with protesters standing outside the gates as well. The military is one of the largest emitters of fossil fuels in the world, emitting more greenhouse gases than 100 countries combined, and that's the number that's voluntarily reported. Militarization, war, and climate change are always interlinked, and Guam faces both threats at the same time. Another issue is the intersection between climate change and our economy. Guam's economy relies on either the military or tourism under its current status, despite the fact that the tourism numbers have yet to return. It's a precarious industry. What's also precarious is the power after Typhoon Mawar. To this day, load shedding continues to be an issue. However, hotels, such as the one that we are in right now, continue to have power. Tourism has a carbon impact, from the power it uses to the food waste it creates. And that impact is not being generated by our people, but people who come, visit, and leave. Acknowledging the space that we're in now, we must also realize that no matter what status is chosen, more opportunities for building a more sustainable economy for the island come through with a change to the current status. Solutions to this and many other issues are what I will be championing for at COP28. Guam needs to be able to have a say about its carbon emissions, be supported towards a just transition to a sustainable economy, and altogether be listened to about the issues it's facing. My opportunity to represent Guam at COP28 is also a good experiment for sovereignty for the island of Guam. The UNFCCC is one of the largest organs of the United Nations, for better or for worse, and the negotiations that happen there are broad and intersectional. It's not just climate being talked about. The intersections between peace and climate, jobs and climate, education and climate, and so much more is discussed during this 2-week conference, with treaties and binding agreements coming out of every conference. Because of that negotiating power, our presence there allows Guam to be heard at these negotiating tables. And Guam isn't the only one that sees the opportunity for sovereignty through this international framework. Taiwan has been pushing to be recognized as a member of the UNFCCC for years as a way to push their sovereignty as well as their own climate issues. The state of Palestine is a UNFCCC member, despite not being a state in the UN General Assembly. So there's precedence for non-states to join the UNFCCC. I'm sure that they'll use their member status to highlight the issues their communities are facing on the intersections of climate and the current conflict that their people are facing. Maybe my delegacy is an opportunity for Guam to join the UNFCCC too. The possibility of more for Guam, no matter what political status you prefer, is what I want to emphasize to you all. I don't want my work as an international youth climate delegate to be just informed by my beliefs and my desires. I want to represent all of you at COP28. I want to be your voice to the international community. And after this speech, if any of you all want to talk to me directly about the issues you face that the international community should know, I'm all ears. Being a true public servant isn't about pushing your agenda and leading. It's about informing your work by your community members, listening to their issues, and coming up with creative solutions that your community can support. One of the opportunities that I see is the Fourth Committee. The Fourth Committee is basically the UN's Committee on Self-Determination and Decolonization. UN-recognized non-self-governing territories, which Guam is one of, have the opportunity to approach the UN Committee and state their case on their struggles. I hope that I get to go next year, because I think it would be a really powerful opportunity. I want to go to that podium representing Guam and say that the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change recognized our sovereignty by appointing a delegate for Guam to the UN Climate Conference, and that the rest of the UN needs to get in line and recognize our sovereignty too. My hope is that would make a splash, because Guam definitely needs one, because it's so hard to get the attention of the international community so that they can stand behind us and support our issues. People really have no concept of what is going on in the Pacific. I mentioned earlier growing up in the center of conflict, possibly facing existential threats, and it shocked me that people were unaware. I was in a space with climate leaders at the New York Climate Week, and they were talking about organizing around the intersections between climate and peace with some of the Middle Eastern youth delegates. And keep in mind, this was a European white man too, heavily involved in organizing around COP28. I asked him if there were any Pacific Islanders connected into the conversation about climate and peace, and he told me no. He told me he didn't realize that peace was an issue in the Pacific. I explained to him my experience, growing up with threats from countries to blow up our island, with none of these threats being provoked by any Chamorro or any Guam resident. He just said, "I will do my best to plug you in." One of the things that I'm thankful for the future of decolonization, one of the things I'm thankful for is that the future of decolonization and youth are heavily interwoven. I'm so happy that the Decolonization Commission is facilitating the next young high school leaders throughout their youth day yesterday. And some of them are in the room today. Can we give a hand for the youth in the audience who have been contributing to decolonization solutions in their work yesterday? The work that the Decolonization Commission did by organizing them together highlights to these young students that whether you're an organizer, a singer, a writer, or have some other set of skills, you have a place in the movement and you can make change. My role as an international youth climate delegate for Guam shows the world that the UN Framework Convention for Climate Change recognizes that Guam should have a say on the international stage of what decisions need to be made on climate change. I'm happy to say that though we may not have the easiest access to negotiation rooms, there's a couple people from Guam going, and it's starting to feel like Guam is going to have a delegation to the UN Climate Conference, which is something that I would have never imagined before. I'm super excited to work with all of them to tell Guam stories, to discuss the intersections between climate change and sovereignty, and most of all, to rally support from countries around the world for all the issues Guam faces. To the guy who told me I'd never met a Chamorro in my life, why aren't you more involved? I'd tell him we are involved. There are so many Chamorros locally in the continental US and around the world doing good work for climate solutions. The reason you don't know who we are is because we don't have sovereignty. I hope that the discussions that happen in this conference can create a space where we can strategize on ways to push for greater sovereignty because our island needs that. And to the youth in the audience, one of the things that I realized over the course of working in the intersection between youth and climate is that all of the elders that we revere, all of the elders that we look up to, were once themselves youth changemakers. Maybe I'm the only one that needed to come to that realization, but I wanted to emphasize it to you all because those elders that you look up to, they were pushing boundaries when they were your age, which means that you can be doing it too. You are not too young to do anything. Go lobby those senators. Go start that organization, that business. Go organize that protest, or go organize support for what you believe is right in your community. No matter how big or small a difference you feel like you're making, if you're making change, it leaves an impact. And the work you start today could be easing the burden of those who will inherit the mantle after you. I also would say that when I was as young as some of you in the room, I always was looking for elders who could guide me in the next step of my career. I had reverence, but also frustration that I didn't feel supported. However, I have learned that you can get the respect and support from your elders by doing what you believe is right. If you don't feel supported by elders, don't let it stop you from doing that work. Do the things that you believe in. Do the things that you're looking for support for. Accept that that means that sometimes mistakes may be made, because when the triumphs come, people will applaud you for them and take you seriously. And that support you're looking for, build your own community as young people to support each other, and the elders will see your efforts and recognize you. I also do not want to gatekeep policymaking. Youth Congress taught me that anyone, no matter your education, can and should make policy. Every person, no matter their background, has a lived experience that makes them a policy expert in something. Every person has a story powerful enough to make a difference in their community. Every person's voice and aspirations for their community matters, no matter where you work, no matter who you're related to. If you have a wish for your community but don't know how to get it started, start from nowhere. Be okay to make mistakes and learn. Also, seek guidance if you can. Seek mentors. Seek wisdom from the elders. And if you don't have any elders to look to, come talk to me. I want to be an elder to support you. I want to be an elder that will listen to you, provide you feedback, and guide you on how to make a difference. The work that we all do shouldn't be for ourselves. There's a quote that I believe comes from Norman Mineta, and I might be butchering it, but it was something to the effect of, if you're given a seat at the table, make space for 2 more people to come with you. I would like to do that for you all and ask you to do the same for others. If you all here have a vision and feel supported to make those improvements a reality, Guam will be an immensely safer and more prosperous community. To the youth here, you all have the opportunity to inherit the decision-making and policy-making spaces, but you also have the power to start now. Even if you can't vote, meet with the senator, write a letter, participate in a public hearing, or protest. I want to support you all because the future of security, the future of sovereignty, and the path to peace are in the hands of youth. You all have the power to bring forward a better future for the island, even if you don't believe it yet. Start small, build momentum, and know that you can make a better future for yourself and for your island. As long as your heart's in the right place and you're willing to try and learn, there will be people out there to support you. If we all work together, we can achieve decolonization. We can make sure Guam's voice is heard and respected across the world, and we can build a better future for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Suzu's Masi Javen. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check. Mic check, 1, 2. Don't leave, Javen.
So I think we're
Check, check.
transitioning into Q&A. If anyone had any questions for me.
Check, check. Oh, there it is. Suzu's Masi Javen, sorry. Can we all give Javen another round of applause?
Check, check, sound, check, 1, 2, check.
And you can definitely sit with us at our table. Okay, I forgot to mention that for question and answers, what we're doing is there are question cards on your table. If you would like to ask a question to Javen, you can submit it over here to our team of conference staff, or you just raise your hand and we'll come around and pick it up. We're gonna run this format through the conference, so even for the panelists, if you do have questions, you can write them on the cards, just flag down one of our conference staff, and we'll pull them. Just so you folks know, we started a little bit behind, and so what we're gonna do is go right into the Q&A. I know there are some questions that already went into the volunteer table, so we'll run through the Q&A, and then we'll go ahead and move right into our first panel for the morning.
So what can Guam do in its limited political status to increase participation in the international political sphere?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that, like I mentioned in my speech, there's a lot of opportunity for Guam in its current status to be a part of the international community. In terms of climate, my delegation to the International Youth Climate Delegate Program is one option. There's also a local and municipal government constituency to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, which I've been able to connect the governor's office and the Commission on Decolonization to as a way for us to use our voice towards climate solutions. And broadly speaking, outside of the international climate space, well, one of the things that I'll mention about the climate space, like I mentioned in my speech, is that the climate space is a huge system. The UN Climate Conference is 2 weeks long. It's negotiations on the intersection between climate and a bunch of issues, and there's lots of power for us to push for our authority on that end. But in terms of the international community, I've been meeting with a lot of UN community members and leaders, and every time I mention, oh, we're from a US territory, or oh, I have American citizenship, international organizations will say, oh, I'm sorry, I can't help you. And so I would say that there is some opportunity for us to use our voice in the current status, and I'm trying to work to make that change. But with a change in the status, we will get a larger voice, whether it's through getting true representation in Congress to make change in terms of policies, or being invited into the United Nations as an independent nation or a freely associated state. These statuses will give us more voice on the international stage than our current status. But there is still work that can be done in our current status as we pave our way to making that change.
Another question is, what pathways do the UN offer to genuine security for Guam, and how is this affected by our relationships with the US?
Yeah, I would say that a lot of my work is on the intersection between climate and the UN. And so broadly speaking about the UN, I would say that the UN is pretty limited in our current status. That's why we have opportunities like the Fourth Committee to use our voice to highlight our issues. But a lot of the work that the UN is doing is built on consensus, is built on negotiations, and a lot of the major policy pushes come from the UN Security Council, which the US is a voting member of, Russia is a voting member of, and a lot of these larger countries who have a huge play in the international political sphere all have a say on the Security Council. And so I would say that the UN is fairly limited on the terms of security, but that is why we have to build community with other organizations, other countries that share similar concerns, and organize on the grassroots level, the non-governmental organization level, and build power through as many different channels as possible, because all those channels put together can bring us the security and the voice that we need.
I know this is very important. How do we get involved? I think we should look at our island sovereign nations that are our neighbors around there, because they have a strong voice in the United Nations. Each one of those island nations have one vote. And so that's very important that we network with them. I think also we need to be members of Pacific Island forums here that are very strong influencers in the United Nations. We are trying to be a member of the Pacific Island Forum, and it's a bit challenging because we're not a sovereign island nation. And when you were talking, Javen, about those other countries, right, that could not be members but became members, that's exactly what we're trying to go through with the Pacific Island Forum. So we can use the voice of our neighbors that are island sovereign nations to get into the international and also to get into UN. And we were just recently also invited, and we became a founding member of Local 2030, which addresses climate change and challenges like that, and that's a United Nations. So I guess we just have to have the determination, the advocacy that Javen's talking about, so that they recognize Guam and that we become more publicly known, not just in the United Nations, but in the United States. A lot of the Congress people don't even know where Guam is. So every opportunity that all of you are either members or have the opportunity to be on a national level or international, hey, promote Guam and let them know what Guam is all about. So when I go to DC, every opportunity I have, we promote Guam, whether it's just a congressman sitting next to me or a group of governors. Use the organizations and the associations that you're with to make our voice known, like Javen is going to do for our representation.
Yeah, and to add a couple things onto that, I will say that I've been fortunate enough to sit in meetings with White House staff where they are aware that Guam is pushing for Pacific Island Forum status, and they're already in the conversation of discussing what that would look like for Guam. And so national organizers are already aware. And what I would say to the governor's second point about advocacy in the context of other organizations is, I would say that Guam definitely has a lot of potential for pushing for so many solutions in the international community. And even at the congressional level, one of the stories when I was in DC and working in Congress was there was territorial staff from all the different territories coming for a public hearing, and one of the Congress people had the floor and said, "I don't know why people from your countries are coming to our Congress and asking for money." And the chairwoman of the floor had to correct them that the territory is a part of the U.S. And so there is a lot of conversation and awareness that we need to build, even in the U.S., about us, because there's people being elected that think that we shouldn't be heard on the halls of Congress. So every interaction you have with someone new can have the potential to making the change that you want to see in the island for the better. Well, if there's no other questions, I just want to say thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you much for your time. And if you have
Testing. All right, thank you. Good morning. My name is Benny San Nicolas, and I'm from Inalahan. I have attended several of the self-determination conference. What I'd like to know is from the last conference, which took place several years ago, I would like to get an update on our political status. From the last conference that I attended, I understood that the people of Guam are given the opportunity or the option to decide what political status they want to be: statehood, independent, and something else. So we were divided at the last conference, and everybody had a table that are for statehood, independence, and I so happen to believe that to be effective with the political arena in Washington, D.C., we're governed by a democratic process. So to be effective, we need to first be able to have a voting representative in Congress, and also we need a representative in the Senate, both houses, not just the. So I believe that we should, and I am advocating statehood because that's the most effective way to get whatever you want or whatever you need. You'll be able to sit on the table equally with other states' representatives and senators. So what I'd like to know is what's the current status with that, and is there clarification if we still have that option? And what is holding us back? The other question is, do we have anybody or an organization representing actively lobbying Congress and the President of the United States for these issues that I just mentioned? So if someone will please just update me on that and clarification on my understanding, and I hope I'm still correct that people of Guam should have that option. But what I understood from the last meeting is that the people of Guam have not made that determination what status they want to be.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm the best person to answer that. I'll invite Mel from the Commission on Decolonization to give updates on that.
Thank you, Javen. Can we just give Javen a round of applause, and I'll go ahead and field the question. Thank you, Javen, for your fantastic keynote and, of course, your advocacy and the work that you do. Suzus, Masi, Senor Nicholas, to answer your question, the kind of simple answer here is that we, as a result of the ruling in the Ninth Circuit Court on the Davis versus Guam case, the judge did not rule in our favor. Now, many of you probably were following the issue. The governor did send our appeal to the Supreme Court, but it was denied. The appeal was denied. Now, what that means is that the ruling in the Ninth Circuit Court stands. The ruling basically was that we cannot utilize public funding in order to facilitate a referendum in which we are clearly defining and limiting eligibility. Now, of course, we have a different interpretation of what we are doing. What we have said, and remember that our law went through the democratic, open, fair public process, just like any other law that's passed through our legislative body. And so, even for those who thought that we shouldn't have done it in this way, they all had equal access to the process. They could have gone to a public hearing and lobbied their senator to not vote for this bill, but it went through the process and the bill passed. In our perspective, this is good law. Just like how the 1901 Supreme Court cases, the Insular cases, is clearly racist, but the United States still sees it as good law. And so the Commission on Decolonization, this is our primary mandate, is to educate and to facilitate the referendum. The problem for us is that we can't do anything on the referendum until this part of it is resolved. Now, there are a few different ways to look at this, but one of the things that we've been discussing a lot lately, I've had several conversations with the governor about, is the possibility of a non-governmental organization taking on the task of facilitating the vote. Because if the issue is that we cannot use public funding to facilitate a plebiscite, that and the important thing here is that don't forget that the plebiscite is a non-binding referendum. So it's already kind of insulting for our people that we're going to take a survey when what we're asking for is self-determination, a genuine act of self-determination. And so it's already troubling for us that, you know, we're putting forward a non-binding plebiscite. But at the same time, I think that the sentiment from a lot of our community is that we desire the dignity of our government defending our priorities and defending our values. You know, that's why we had public officials, senators, policymakers who are willing to kind of, you know, stick their neck out and say, this is important for us. This is important for our people. This should be important and a priority to our government. So the simple answer really is that we have to figure out a mechanism right now to have the vote. Now, to further answer your kind of second question, what about, you know, what are we doing to push for this? We don't have, you know, we don't have a dedicated lobbying arm like the way we did under the Commission on Self-Determination. For those of you that were around at that time, I'm sure you remember the Commission on Self-Determination was a major hitter. You know, their operating budget was like $1.1 million. I'm not even joking. We did the homework on it. It's awesome. Yeah, right? But that, you know, keep in mind that that was at the time when we were committed. We were all in on Commonwealth, right? So that was an important part of that work, was that we were pushing in Congress to ensure that we were going to win on this status. We presented the Guam Commonwealth Draft Act to Congress, which was just completely shot down and never even made it to a vote. And so now what we're doing is we are engaging with the State Department, which is really the appropriate arm for us. We usually have to deal with Interior. And the department, don't forget, the Department of Interior is for like the endangered species. You know, that's where they lump us together. So it's problematic for us to only exclusively engage Interior. We have to also engage State Department. And that has definitely been improved in years past. And, you know, of course, we're grateful that we have the support of our administration to allow the Commission on Decolonization to engage in this type of work. I actually just met with, I went to the UN Fourth Committee in early October, and I was able to meet with the State Department, which is a great thing. You know, in the past, when we asked for a meeting with the State Department, they kind of politely say, you're supposed to check Interior down there. You shouldn't be coming here. This is for sovereign nations. We deal with sovereign nations. You guys are not that. But now the tone has changed at the State Department. And, you know, I think a lot of that has to do with, of course, there's a lot more interest in Guam because of the geopolitical tensions, but I think a lot of it also is that we have been very consistent in our advocacy for self-government. And the United Nations recognizes that, and so the US UN, which is State Department, they also have to recognize that. Okay. I hope that answers it. My staff's already giving me the time signal. Okay, so what we're going to do is just go ahead and bring up our first panel. I'd like to welcome our facilitator, Amber Beneventi. You can give her a round of applause and give her an opportunity to come to the stage. I'd also like to call up Lincoln Badasi, Dr. Keisha Borja Kichichu Kavu, and Dr. Carlisle Corbin. While they make their way to the stage, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Amber, and then Amber will take it over and introduce each of our panelists as we go. Okay. Amber Beneventi Familien Semons and Sedu is a small business owner and the current executive director of Sagan Cultura and Samoro Cultural Center, also known as SKC. She is also a board of director for the nonprofit organization Inadahin Lanatlat Cultura and Samoro, as well as a community organizer and grant writer for local community-based organizations, artists, and cultural practitioners. Please give a round of applause to Amber Beneventi. Okay, before we pass to Amber, just a reminder, we will keep the format for Q&A. It's just so that we can kind of streamline this and allow for to accommodate as many questions as we can. So if you have a question, please write it on the card that's on your table, or just write it. There's some paper that's on the table as well, and pens. And if you can just get our attention, our staff is right over here in this corner table. We will come and retrieve the question from you so that it can be asked at the table here. We'll deliver your question for you. Okay? Thank you, everyone, and thank you, panelists and Amber.
Hafa everyone. Sitos Masi Mel. I'll just go right into it. This panel will consist of a 45-minute discussion with our panelists, followed by a 15-minute question and answer period with the audience. For the Q&A period, there will be a question card placed on each of your tables. If you have a question, please write it on the card and raise your hand to have it collected by our conference staff. Questions may be submitted throughout the panel. This panel will discuss historical and ongoing challenges faced by the people of Guam related to the U.S. military activity and Guam's status as an unincorporated territory. Panelists will consider how Guam is situated and perceived within the U.S. framework of government and defense, as well as how the people of Guam will perceive themselves within these frameworks. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our panel today. Lincoln Budasi, pronouns she and her, hails from Manilao, Guam, and is part of Familia Punco Centino. She has a BS in biochemistry and literary studies from Beloit College in Wisconsin, and is currently working on her Master's of Public Health from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C., Lincoln. Lincoln also works full-time as an English composition and speech and drama teacher at the Academy of Our Lady of Guam. Dr. Keisha Borja Kititsuk Calvo is from the village of Manilao. She is the program coordinator and assistant professor of the Tomorrow Studies program at the Universidad Guahan. She is a poet, educator, and nana to two strong, beautiful Famalawan. She has been part of several groups that have been critical of the U.S. militarization of indigenous communities and spaces, particularly the Marianas and Hawaii. Fight for Guahan, UH Manoa, We Are Guahan, Fuetsen Famalawan, Women's Voices, Women Speak, Hawaii Peace and Justice, and Ihagan Famalawan Guahan. She has visited and built solidarity with various communities from Hawaii, Seattle, Portland, Okinawa, Philippines, and Korea. She hopes for a world where peace and genuine security are actualized, not weaponized. Dr. Carlisle Corbin is an international advisor on governance, senior analyst of the Dependency Studies Project Expert Group, and the author of the Self-Governance Assessment Diagnostics Tool. He was executive secretary of the Council of Presidents of the United Nations, UN General Assembly, an independent expert to the UN Decolonization Committee, the UN Development Program, and various Caribbean and Pacific governments. He previously served as Minister of External Affairs of the U.S. Virgin Islands government, adjunct lecturer in the dependency government at the University of Guam, and visiting lecturer at the University of the Virgin Islands Global Leadership Institute. Dr. Corbin is the author of Part 1 of Giha Motna, a self-determination study for Guahan, in which he conducts an assessment of Guam's self-governance sufficiency. Let's give them a round of applause. So we'll go into our first question, and we'll begin with Dr. Keisha Borja Kititsukavo. In 3 words, describe what being an unincorporated territory of the United States means for Guam.
Test. Buenas, Toru. Yeah, this is a really tough question. So I came up with voiceless, choiceless, and changeless. In other words, as a territory, right, or a colony of the United States, we are, in most spaces, right, from our general community, grassroots community, to our leadership, it's really difficult to enact genuine change, right, in our colonial status so long as the status quo is maintained. And so long as the status quo is maintained, then that often means that our voices don't matter when it comes to, for example, the militarization and the colonization of our home. And one example I wanted to share is if you've ever been to one of those EIS hearings, right? Like the military holds these different hearings for environmental impact statements, for example, for the military buildup. And basically, at one point in the beginning, they allowed us to testify. And after major opposition from our community at the time, this is around 2009, 2010. Since then, instead of having these hearings where we can engage with the military about what's going to happen to our community, they now have more of like a, where they post up signs and you just kind of walk around, and it's very disengaging and very, it's a slap in the face basically to our community because we're unable to have our voices genuinely be heard in these spaces and have our opposition, right, or our critiques of something like the military buildup actually be heard by the military community, but also that genuine change cannot occur if our voices are not heard. And I'm out of time.
Okay. Lincoln, would you like to go next? When they sent us this question, I came up with the list because I was scared that my other panelists were going to take my answer, but thankfully it's not taken yet. When I think of Guam's relationship with the US military, 3 words that come to mind to describe it are taken advantage of. Taken advantage of in terms of our voicelessness, or taken advantage of in terms of our land and our natural resources, and also our lack of sovereignty at this point. Doctor.
Afade, good morning. Thank you very much, for example, with respect to the invitation that I received to attend this session. On the matter of the question, I think the issue was raised by my colleague here regarding the present status quo. Status quo is really the concern, it's not the solution. And I think that it's often the case that status quo there are attempts to modernize the status quo. And that is where I think we sort of go down a pathway of uncertainty. If all of the modernization of the status quo efforts that have been underway for the last several decades, actually, probably going back 50 years, there's been a great deal of support, a great deal of evolution, but of course, in the end, you do have the remaining in the position of political insecurity, political inequality. And this goes across the board for U.S. territories in general, but it also is significant for a number of the other territories, non-self-governing territories on the UN list, including my own U.S. Virgin Islands, but also French Polynesia, New Caledonia. I'm just arriving from French Polynesia last night, so forgive me if I'm a little incoherent. It took a day and a half to actually get here, back here, and it makes it very interesting to see that those developments there in terms of looking at political status options, issues of militarization, issues of political equality, are all very much common threads. And as the guest speaker made reference to earlier, it's very important that there's the continued and expanded communication, as the governor mentioned also, and I'm out of time. But certainly the need to develop linkages with other territories, independent states, associated states around the region.
Thank you, Dr. Corbin. Our second question, in the context of military activity, how would you define our relationship to the U.S.? And we'll start with Lincoln.
Guam is very valuable. And the US government, and by association the military, often tout our strategic location in the Pacific as one of its most valuable assets. But also our local resources, our aquifer, for example, is very valuable. And so after World War II, the US continued its occupation of Guam. They took advantage of our situation under the Japanese. They took advantage of our appreciation, for liberating them from Japanese occupation. And when I got this question and thought about this, I'm a high school teacher, and when I try to go over technique with my students, I find it best to give an example. And when coming up with an example, this is gonna sound a little, but have you ever seen The Act on Hulu? It depicts a character with Munchausen by proxy syndrome. And Munchausen by proxy is a psychological disorder where the diagnosed seeks attention through the sickness of another. And often they make up the sickness for the victim. Often they make the victim sick themselves. And so when I define our relationship, Guam's relationship with the US military, I view it as that Munchausen by proxy syndrome. We are strong, we are valuable, we are capable, but the US military comes in and tries to make us seem like we're not enough, like we're sick. We need their presence to get better. But and they continue that sickness by denying Chamorros the right to self-determination, denying our right to sovereignty.
Thank you, Lincoln. Dr. Keisha?
Okay, 2 minutes to answer. I took some notes. So first of all, we don't have a mutually beneficial relationship, right? A good relationship is supposed to be a partnership, where we come together, we sit down at the table, we make decisions together, we hash it out, right? The good, the bad, everything in between. But under the United States, especially when it comes to the issue of militarization, we don't have that kind of relationship. We don't have a partnership with the United States. As Dr. Laura Sauter reminds us in one of the articles that she wrote, she says that we have a unilateral relationship, right? It's top down. Decisions are made by the United States, have direct impact on us, but it doesn't, in our culture, it's inafa maulik, tensuli, we reciprocate. There's no reciprocation, right? It's just told to us, and no matter the processes that exist for us to engage with the US military, it's all disingenuous. Right? There's no genuine effort to actually include us, to have us have a seat at the table. That's a famous analogy, right? We're always using the seat at the table. And something too, I've told my students over the past decade, is when it comes to issues like the militarization of our island, like the military buildup, the only people who had a seat at the table, whether it was here or Japan, right, or the US, are the US, Japan, and Okinawa. And because we're a US territory, we're technically represented by the United States. So we're not even sitting behind the US at this metaphoric table, right, or this physical table. We're not even sitting behind them. We're not even in the same space. Decisions are made about us from a distance. And it's very easy to make those kinds of rash, violent decisions when it comes to the militarization of our community, because physically we are at a further distance. Anything can happen to us. Anything can happen to our land. Our water can get contaminated. Our people can get sick. Our people can die. And it technically would not matter to them, because we are looked at as a military outpost, an extension of military bases, right? And so that's really, as Lincoln was saying, that's the value that we offer. But the value that we offer, or that the United States kind of perceives, is not we ourselves as Chamorro people, or we ourselves as an island community. Disregard all of that. It really is our land, our ocean, and our sea space. Our airspace.
Sidos Masi. Dr. Corbin.
Yes, and following up on that, of course, The issue of our current status is one of political inequality, and I mentioned that earlier, and the idea that we don't have the mutual consent. And if we look at the historical perspective, we point to the study which was done by the commission in conjunction with the University of Guam, which looked at the current status and identified where the democratic deficiencies are. And I would commend everyone to examine the very large and voluminous document, which is an excellent reference document, not only for the current status to point out exactly where the deficiencies lie, but also in terms of the options. And my colleague, Dr. Cooper, Ken Cooper, did a fantastic job in the second part of that study, projecting how things would be in independence or free association or statehood. How would the military be addressed in either of those three? For example, how is it addressed in the current status? So you find everything is subject to the evolutionary process of one of those three. And there's also, of course, the matter of staying in the same status. And of course, that has implications as well. And it's always reverting back to former President Clinton, who said staying the same is often far more challenging than moving forward. And this is somewhere we have to look at that and taking that into account. But if we look certainly at issues of natural resources, issues of protection of the infrastructure, last night on the television, as I was watching the news referencing to now the fishermen, fisherwomen who are being challenged because those areas will no longer be available to them. And these are major areas for their livelihood. Now, this is something which can be modified depending upon the kind of option that one chooses.
Thank you. Moving on to our next question, continuing our conversation about the U.S. military in Guam, how has the Guam-U.S. relationship evolved over time? Is there an event or issue that best illustrates this relationship? Dr. Corbin?
Yes, this is my question. Yeah, certainly the evolution has been strong. I think we have achieved, and I look at this across the board, with other U.S. territories as well. We've achieved the Elected Governors Act, we've achieved the Delegate to Congress, and we have achieved a number of areas in which place us in a somewhat of a advantageous position. But at the same time, I really believe that we have reached a threshold and we have bumped up against a ceiling which is not going to crack. We've been seeking additional kinds of support over the years, additional kinds of areas of participation, presidential vote in Congress, in the U.S. House of Representatives, representation in the U.S. Senate. And these have been initiatives that have been underway for some time. But we have not been successful, and I would suspect that we have reached the outer threshold of what exists for us under our current status. What I've been able to conclude is that these are dependency reforms. We are reforming our current status, but dependency reforms do not constitute decolonization. Decolonization, there's dependency modernization. It modernizes what we may have. We may even change the name from status quo, unincorporated territory, to another status, such as the name Commonwealth, which we find in Puerto Rico was named. But over time, we realize that deficiencies remain, perhaps in a much more complicated way. So, in effect, we have reached the threshold, all of us, and to the point where we have to then look very carefully at the decisions that we will be making in order to reach the threshold of full political equality and actual democratic governance.
Thank you, Dr. Corbin. Dr. Keisha, would you like to follow up?
Sure. So I was thinking about this. Took me a little while to get to my answer, but I think that when we think about the history of Guahan, when we think about the history of the U.S. Naval Administration and when they started to occupy our island, officially in 1899, right? But in the early 1900s, you had all of these naval governors basically running our island like a naval ship. You had all these ridiculous laws, right, or policies put in place, from banning our language to, catching rats. I mean, it was really ridiculous laws, and it was all a part of then President McKinley, U.S. President McKinley's benevolent assimilation motive, right? Basically, what I like to tell my students, colonization through kindness, in the sense that there's no bloodshed, right? They come in, they take over, they take our land, take advantage of our resources, colonize the minds of the people, but there's no actual apparent, evidence of violence, right, in the sense of bloodshed. We don't see this until later on during the Japanese occupation. And so why I bring this up is because that is one key way that the US has been able to manipulate our people. They've been able to colonize our minds so deeply because of this usage of benevolent assimilation, which we can still see evident today, right? We still see this. Even though there's violence against our resources, violence against our land, right? Letexen has, the firing ranges they're now operable. Violence against our water, like our aquifer. There's not necessarily this, blatant violence against our people. Like, we're not dying on the streets, right? There's no gunfire like that. And so something that I wanted to bring up in terms of the issue or event that illustrates this relationship is going back again to when the military buildup plans first came out, the DEIS, Paget, right? And Samoru village of Paget was put on the table for the location of these live firing ranges. And our community was not having it, right? We garnered so much support. We gathered together in the hundreds and the thousands. We lined ourselves and protested on the back road, right, near Paget, and we won, right? We won. Paget was woo, viva! It was taken off the table, which is great. But again, because we are a colony, and because of the deep-seated militarization of our community, or on our island, the military says, well, we'll give you Paget. We're gonna place the live firing ranges in Letexen because it's under our purview. And so again, we have Letexen landowners, we have fisher people, we have activists in our community who are rallying to say this is not right. But again, as part of one of those symptoms of colonization, this is an implication of one of the things that they're able to do because we remain a colony. And I think I'm out of time.
Lincoln. That was one of my examples for this question, but I think a more recent example that we have that defines our relationship with the US military is the proposed 360-degree enhanced integrated air and missile defense system, those plans that just came out. And we're in the draft EIS stage. We're waiting for them to get that environmental impact statement out. And I used to work under Speaker Terlahi at the Guam legislature. When the comment period, the scoping period for that draft EIS was coming, we sat at the table and we said, okay, what do we know? And the answer was, we don't know much. And we even got with, the Pacific Center for Island Security, who are, experts in looking into those proposed plans, and they even said, we don't know much. So we came together, there's already a lack of information. There's that relationship we have with the military. And so once we found out, okay, we don't know a lot, speakers said, let's put on a town hall. Let's bring the community out to see what they know and to have them ask the questions that they want to know. And so we had that town hall, and we invited JRM to come, Joint Region Marianas. But here's another defining aspect of our relationship. They sent representatives, they didn't send the people in charge. And the representatives who even came to the town hall didn't speak, didn't want to sit at the table, answer questions, or tell us what they knew. And so I think that's one recent example of what defines our relationship with the US.
Sito Ismasi. Moving on, how does the militarization of Guam affect our daily lives? Dr. Keisha?
It's everywhere, right? It's in our roads, it's in our streets, it's in our water, it's in our land, it's in our schools. I mean, militarization is everywhere, and I know I'm going to allude to the next question, but it's become so normalized in our community that we're not even always critical about it. It's almost like, well, that's just always how it's been, and we're not necessarily hypercritical when we should be. But something that I wanted to bring up, and I know there's some folks in here from like Protect Gila Texan and Protect Guam Waters, but it's even how it affects our community in terms of their access to being able to sustain themselves and to sustain their families, right? So the fisher people who are affected by the live firing ranges, right? And how the live firing ranges will be operable for over 200 plus days in a year, which leaves very limited time for our fisher people to fish in those waters off of Letexan. But in addition to that, it's also that they are being told to fish in only certain parts of the water because, about a little over 2 miles out from the coast is the surface danger zone. So not only are they being told when to fish, they're also being told where to fish. And as you know, with our traditional fisher people, there are certain seasons, right? There are certain seasons that you can catch certain fish. There's certain areas that you can catch certain fish. So to be kind of really limited means that they will not be able to sustain themselves and sustain their families, even based on the equipment that they have, because their equipment is not compatible to where they're being told to go and fish during particular times of the year. Another thing that I want to mention is it's affecting me as I'm in this adulthood of my life is the price of goods and the price of housing and the price of our land. It is very costly at this point. It is so hard for our people to be able to afford buying land or building a home. And if you are one of the lucky ones who has family who's passing down land, or you're able to inherit land and homes, I mean, biba to you, right? But if we're not one of those people, then we're basically kind of replicating some of the increase in goods and homes and lands that are occurring in other indigenous communities. And I testified to this at one of the DEIS hearings over 10 years ago about Hawaii. And Hawaii is a good example because they're also a US colony. And so what's happening to them is essentially happening to us. And we're being priced out of our homes, our lands. A lot of our people are leaving. And that's not right? That's not okay that our people are, it's resulting in the houselessness of our community. Not homelessness, houselessness. We learned this in Hawaii, right? Homeless means you don't have a home, but Samorus, this is our home. This is our homeland. We're being forced to be houseless in our home, and that's not okay. So.
Dr. Corbin?
Yes, as I'm listening to this discussion, it brings to mind the work that we do at the United Nations, and the earlier speaker made reference to the Fourth Committee. And one of the issues that the Fourth Committee discusses is the question of the implications of the use of territories for military purposes by what are referred to as administering powers. So every year, there is a reference in the resolution on Guam, to the question of the use of military activities and whether they impede the right to self-determination and the right to decolonization. And clearly from listening to the references, the international community is familiar with this, but it is often the case that the people in the territories are not familiar with the fact that this is something which is recognized by the world as an issue. Now, one of the things which is expressed in response is the idea that military activities are present for the purpose of assisting the territories in natural disasters and assisting the territories in other elements of their relationship. But of course, this may be so. But I'm not convinced that this is the primary reason for the presence of military activities. And we find this throughout the Pacific region. We find the French involved very heavily in New Caledonia now, increasing their presence creating a military training facility for other territories or other independent states, rather, around that part of the region. So you're finding this, particularly in the geostrategic context. This is a very clear reality that we live, and we also have to take into account as we seek to examine the next steps, because obviously these larger issues take precedence over much of what is being said. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Corbin. Lincoln?
I like this because we've seen how militarization affects us at the international level and then at the country level, but what about like the personal level? And to me, the way I see militarization affecting my life is, unfortunately, I've still never even been to La Texan. I've never stepped foot on that land. I can't figure out the visiting hours. Also, one of the most pivotal moments of my life that got me into this kind of work is when I was off in college in the States. I heard about Magua being destroyed in the news. I heard it over a news article. And I had never heard of Magua before, obviously have never been there. And so the way militarization has affected me is it's disconnected me, and I'm sure most of the youth and even just everyone in this room, it's disconnected us from the land. It's disconnected us from our history, and disconnected us from each other because we don't know these things, we haven't been to these places, so we don't have those shared experiences or thoughts.
Thank you, Lincoln. In what ways has colonization, and more specifically, militarization, been normalized for the people of Guam? How can we reshape these perceptions? Dr. Corbin?
Well, I think the idea of reshaping the perception is in examining the status quo, and I think I go back to the study that was done, which really examines all of the areas, including militarization, and how it affects the territory presently, but also how it would affect, how it could be transformed by one of the three alternatives. This is, I think, very critical to awareness and examination of the reality of the situation, because many times we find ourselves in a position of watching developments take place that affect us directly, but not having the influence, not having the capacity or the political power, if you will, to influence the decision making. And it affects, of course, the daily life, as we discussed. So therefore, certainly the idea of becoming clearly more aware of the dynamics of the current situation and how it could change to the better if we choose one of the options, or if we proceed to examine how very closely the impact on our societies, and particularly on the economies and the social development. The issue of costs of living, all of these things are impacted by this, and hopefully we can increase and enhance our awareness as we move forward. Conferences like this are very important to bring together a wide range of people in order to examine these things and then have an opportunity to follow up in the coming days and weeks.
Thank you, Dr. Corbin. Lincoln, would you like to follow up?
One way that militarization has been normalized on this island, one of the more eye-opening experiences that I've had in my life is when I went to college, fun little icebreaker question. I asked my friends I made out there in Wisconsin, like, oh, what'd you guys get on the ASVAB? And they were like, what's the ASVAB? And I said, the entrance exam that you take to get into the military. Didn't you guys take it in high school? And they said, I have never heard of that test in my life. And then I realized, why did my entire graduating class have to take the ASVAB? And why did they come in and give the top scorers dollar bills and hand out pamphlets to them? Very confused. And that kind of opened my eyes, like, whoa, they're really trying to normalize recruitment in the schools, and in what other ways are they trying to normalize this on island? Yeah, I think that's my example. Oh, one way to change the perception of it. I think this topic is kind of taboo in my own family when it comes to talking about militarization. And one way that I've been trying to change the perception of it in people I'm talking to is that, when we talk about the military and, talk about issues that we have with it, we're not talking about individual people who have chosen to join the military. We're talking about the institution itself. When we criticize, we're talking about the institution. I'm not mad at you that you join. I'm mad at the institution and the decisions that it's making you, or making the decisions that the institution is making.
Thank you, Lincoln. Dr. Keisha?
Okay, so I'm going to just transition off of Lincoln's response. So in another life, I was a high school teacher at one of our public high schools, GW. And so I'm a proud gecko too, okay? So gecko by God. G-dub from the feet up. So, right when you walk into, and I wrote an article on this in the Micronesian Educator, but I talk about the normalization of militarization in our public high schools. So right when you walk into the main office of the GW main office, you have lanyards, mugs, T-shirts, posters, all military, from different military branches. And so, okay, that's one thing. But it's so normalized because people they just use it, right? These are things they need, they just use it, not thinking that it could have an impact on our children and what they're seeing, right, every day as they walk into the main office of their school. But in addition to that, you have the JROTC students, right, just kind of roaming the halls in their uniforms, military uniforms, with their replica guns. This should really, as Lincoln is saying, like in the States, for example, or other friends she's making, like, ASVAB, what is that? That should bother us, right? That there are children walking around with guns in our schools, especially with the high rates in the continental US of gun violence, right? And so one year when I started teaching, some of the students approached me, and it was during the time of when POGIT was on the table for an option for the live firing range. And so I just wanted to share that the students came to me to start an organization called Natmatak Nga Iman Hoben, to make the youth brave. And so part of the things that we did, or that the students did as this youth organization, is they tried to, in their best ways possible, demilitarize their school. And one thing they did was, to kind of counter recruitment in the schools, but we couldn't frame it that way because, it's taboo to say counter recruitment. So we said, know your options, where we would provide other options for students outside of joining the military, right? Because our schools, all of our public schools, from elementary to high school, they count as low socioeconomic schools. So the military will target all of these schools, will target these kids to get them to join, which is one of the reasons why we have one of the highest rates of enlistment, military enlistment. But yeah, some of the practical ways to kind of shift or reshape these normalized perceptions, like in our schools or with our youth, is to really better inform our community, better inform our people of our histories. I see some history teachers in here, social studies teachers, political science teachers. This is really our obligation, is to connect or reconnect our students to this part of our history. We don't know our history and where we come from, then we're never going to know exactly what is problematic, right? Or we're never going to be taught to kind of question and critique what's happening in our community. So that's one practical way. The other one is using as many avenues to inform. Social media has become really an accessible way for our community to access information. And then another thing is that I learned while being in Hawaii is, and I don't know if those of you who lived in Hawaii at the time, detours. So they go on these tours where they take, they go around looking at the different bases, but they do a detour in the sense that they offer the counter narrative of those existing bases. In essence, what were the Hawaiian, stories of this place? So it's not Pearl Harbor, it's Pu'uloa, right? It's this very special place, going back to renaming rather than looking at what is in existence, which is these violent military bases and installations. It's what were the stories before this land was occupied, before this land was stolen, and who are the people who, are the families who come from those places. And I do want to give a shout out because in terms of reshaping our perspectives, groups like Protehi Letekzan, Protect Guam Waters, Independent Guahan, those groups have done a phenomenal job in reshaping the perceptions of our people, because I swear, as an educator for over, oh gosh, it's been a long time, almost 15 years, 15 years ago, I can have these conversations with my students about self-determination and militarization, and you just got a lot of blank stares. Now we walk into the classroom and they have that foundational knowledge, and we can just build on that because of the efforts of our community organizations and our community groups. So can we please give those groups, I know folks are in here, a round of applause. Sandak ko lang na si Diyos, maasiparit sa mizo.
It's not Camp Laws, it's Magua, right? And Fanhita merch in the schools now. Right? So we're going to cut our questions short, and we're going to go right into the Q&A. We will now begin our 15-minute audience question and answer period. As a reminder, there are question cards placed on each of your tables. If you have a question, please write it on the card and raise your hand to have it collected by our conference staff. Questions may be submitted throughout the panel.
So the first question we have is, in regards to military activity in Guam, what realization, event, or series of events led you to be more critical of and start speaking out on these issues?
Who would like to take that question on first? Would you like Dr. Corbin?
What event opened our eyes to, I guess, speaking out about these issues? I think I mentioned it before, Magua. I remember just like sitting in my dorm room in Wisconsin, scrolling through Instagram, and then seeing this news article saying that the village of Magua was desecrated. And I don't know, something like broke. Something broke in me. I remember just crying and, of course, mourning Magua, but mourning the fact that I didn't even know it existed in the first place. And then when I tried to talk to people about it, talk to my family members or my friends, no one knew about it either. No one knew they were building Camp Bloss up in that same area. So once that happened and I knew how ill-informed I was and honestly how far away I was in Wisconsin, I started to just do what I could. And then I finally returned home and got more mobilized with the people who are also fighting for the same thing.
Any of our other panelists would like to add?
Paraguay, I went to school in Hawaii for a long time. I went to college, and that's actually where I learned more about, so by learning more about the Kanaka Maoli, or the Native Hawaiian community, and their history, was how I learned about Samoru history, about the occupation of our community. So I didn't learn about it here. I learned about it elsewhere. And once I learned about what people like Honani K. Trask, right, what they were doing in Hawaii and how they're resisting US colonialism and militarization, I said, hey, that's what's happening at home. And then when I moved home, it was a time of the buildup. And I basically was just thrown in because I felt this fire inside of me, and I felt this obligation and responsibility to do something, right, to say something as a young person, because I was just awakened. And after crying all the tears, when you come to the realization, you're like, okay, what can we do now? And thankfully, and I didn't get to say it earlier, but I want to thank and recognize to our Manyaina in the audience, our elders who paved the way for us, who continue to hold signs and hold our hands and hold our tears. You know, without all of you, people like us wouldn't be able to be up here and having these kinds of conversations. And we appreciate you and all the work that you've done. And I know there's so many who have already passed on, Uncle Ed, people who are not in the room, they're somewhere else. But I just want to make sure we acknowledge them. And that's one of the lessons, that was the last question, right? But I just wanted to impart one of the lessons to our youth, which is always recognize our elders, okay? Recognize the people who came before us, because this is not a journey that just started recently. This is a decades, millennia old journey. And we have to always remember that our elders were the ones who really guided us and brought us to where we are. Without them, this work would not have been possible. So, sendok ko lang na si Diyos masi.
Masi, Amber, and our three panelists, Dr. Corbin, Lincoln, Dr. Keisha Borja Kichichukavo. We really appreciate your insight and perspective. We are going to go ahead and move. We actually were able to make up some time from our delayed start, and we are right at about lunchtime. Yeah, we are exactly on time. Hey, good job, guys. I like being on time. Okay, so we have a really exciting panel for after the lunch hour, but lunch will be served in this room. It's right here in the back corner. You'll see, you can't miss the tables. I failed to mention that some housekeeping restrooms are directly across this hallway area. So if you go straight across, you'll find the men's and women's restroom. For our young people, if any of you are leaving early, pickup and drop off will be on the 5th floor. So you just take the escalator down one and then straight out to the parking garage. Thank you all for being here with us. I also I need to make a correction in the earlier remarks. I had mentioned that we are live streaming on PBS YouTube. That was not correct. We are on the Commission on Decolonization YouTube. Yeah, that's right. We got a YouTube too. So thank you to PBS for the assist on the live streaming. I also want to mention our partners. We partnered for this conference with the Office of the Governor, of course, the University of Guam Press, Beyond the Reef, and the Guam Museum. We have a lot of other community contributors, both private and public, but this is an effort that is not accomplished alone. So thank you to everyone who has contributed something to us. If I may ask, gosh, I need somebody to volunteer to bless the table, fan. One at a time, guys. I cannot have all of you at the same time, but somebody, can I get a volunteer anybody? I'm gonna, Auntie Hope, Sidus Masi, Kim, Sana, do you mind? Do you want me to bring it down there? From there? I can bring it over. Want to just do it without the mic? Can I bring the mic? Do you mind? If you can all just join us and rise so we can bless the table.
Okay. Can all stand? Okay. Ginani Tata, Elohim, Zani Espírito Santo, Asena Sedus Masin, Tordin na Imu, Sodai Ham Negain, Estesi Hagen and Gineftona Kanaimu, Sedus Masin. Ni Tata, Elohim, Zani Espírito Santo.
Si Deus Maasi Saina. Okay, young people, let's be respectful and let our mañana eat first, por favor. Thank you. Enjoy lunch, everyone. We will start our next panel at 12:30. I apologize. One more announcement. If any of you checked in but did not receive a tote bag with our giveaways, they are available right over here by this exit near the table. There's a check-in table right out the door. My staff will help you. There's a fantastic tote bag. We have the full version of the study, the Gihemon at a glance. We have some stickers in there and some fantastic giveaways from the University of Guam Press. If you have not read Julian Uggins' Properties of Perpetual Light, I highly recommend it, and it's in that bag. So please get one. Talk to my staff if you have not gotten a full version of the study. Enjoy your lunch, everyone. Buenas, everyone. I hope you are enjoying your lunch. I'm just making the announcement that we will be starting in approximately 5 minutes. So if you still want to get something to eat, please do so. Restrooms are across the way. Thank you. The table will close at 1 p.m. So if you want seconds, now is your moment. Food was actually really good. Thank you to the staff at the Dusatani for hosting us today. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I thought the lunch was gonna be, mediocre. I had no intent of eating lunch. I was like, hotel food pass. And then I saw 3 plates pass me, and I was like, oh, that actually looks good. Lunch was good. I was happy. I always think about the lieutenant governor last year at our youth conference. He was like, what are you guys having for lunch? Is lunch good? Lunch better be good. I was over here looking at our contractor like, I hope you made it good because LT's asking. And he said, I hate it when I go to a conference and the food's not good. And I always think about it now. So that was part of our negotiating tactic for this place. I hope that you are all enjoying yourself. We're really excited about the next panel. So please get something to eat. We will get back up here in about 5 minutes.
sound. Check 1, 2, check.
Okay, half a day, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the delay. We had some technical issues, but my man Kiko over here from BTR is on it. Thank you, Kiko, for being on sound for us today. We appreciate your time and expertise. So I know that panel discussions are tough because you sit in your chair for a really, really long time. And so since we're after the lunch hour, let's, you guys mind if you're able-bodied and you can stand? You can stand and give your neighbor a sovereignty fist bump. Sovereignty now. You got to do at least 3 fist bumps, hopefully one to somebody you don't know. Sovereignty now. Say it. Say the words. You got to say the words. You know what I mean? We're manifesting. Sovereignty now. Don't leave me out. I want some too. Don't worry if you're not feeling like standing up. You can stay at your seat and somebody can come to you and fist bump you. It's all good. I'm just trying to break up the monotony. Thank you, Dr. Batansis, for the suggestion. This one? Yeah. Got you. Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being a good sport about it. I like fist bumps. That's like my favorite thing about COVID was that the fist bump was back in the game. Yeah, it was cool. I personally enjoyed like fist bumping Gov every time I see her. And she's super cute about it. She like looks at you. Or the elbow bump. Gov is cute with the elbow bump. That was a fun one too. Okay, everybody good? Feeling good? You guys okay? All right, cool. Well, I hope that you're still feeling our conversation, and we're happy that you decided to stick around, even though maybe it was just because the food was delicious, but I will take it. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and move into our last panel for today. Just kind of give you a heads up about how this is gonna go. We are gonna run through our second panel, which is Manhoban Mobilizing Our Youth. And then we're going to go into a short break, given that we are still on schedule, and then into a short working session. And after that, we have a presentation from Vice Speaker's office. So before I bring up our facilitator and our second panel, I just wanted to mention that this is actually day 2 of our Fanhita conference. The first conference that we held was in 2019. It was a really fantastic engagement. We had a lot of great subject matter experts and a lot of great discussions. The challenge was that we felt that there was not enough youth participation. There were definitely young people who came to the conference and participated, but there just weren't enough. And we feel strongly that decolonization is absolutely a youth-led, youth-driven issue. It has to be. I get heat for this all the time. I won't mention any names, but I often get asked, like, why are you guys wasting your time with these young people that they do not even vote yet? They're not even 18. They cannot vote. And I always respond like, yeah, well, you said that 4 years ago, and all those 14-year-olds are 18 now. And we've been doing this for a while. And we don't know, I mean, there was a question asked about the status of our referendum. I'd love to be able to say that the referendum is set for this date and we all mark it down on our calendars and work to that end, but we don't know. And so it is not just smart for us to engage our young people. I believe it's absolutely necessary, especially for those of us who have been doing this work for a long time. The sad reality is that we may not be around to experience Guam under a final and resolved political status, but our children will, and their children will. And so, I think it's really important that our young people are educated on the decision. I always joke that I think our young people should be like hounding their parents and being like, no, I know you like free association, but I prefer independence, or I know you like independence, but I think you should think about statehood. And that's the kind of discourse that we want to see happening in the home. And we think that that's really important. So thank you for being here. Our young people, where are young people at? I know GW tables, like, you guys got like your whole own table. Yeah, can we make some noise for our young folks? Okay. And I just want to recognize them because our young people, a lot of these young folks that are here today, they started this with us yesterday. So our day yesterday was an exclusive youth-driven day. Everything was only open to the young people. The only old folks there was us and their teachers, right? Teacher chaperones. But the focus of yesterday's conference really was to bring young people into the conversation and bring them in wherever they're at. We recognize that we have to be appealing to young people. And so we've been using art and music as a medium, as a vehicle to allow access to this conversation. And so you heard Javen talk earlier about if you're a musician or you're an artist, you know, there's still a place for you, right? And you should be involved and you should use that expertise to this end. So we're excited to have our young people here and engaged. I just want to recognize you folks and thank you and encourage you to continue to work with us and with our community. Okay, that said, let's get to it because we got a lot to cover for this panel. This will be, again, as I mentioned, this is a youth focused panel, and our facilitator for this panel is Mrs. Cameron Kitugwet. If I can just read a short bio while she comes up to the stage. Yeah, clap it up for her. Let's welcome her to the stage. Cameron Kitugwa holds a Bachelor of Social Work from the University of Guam and a Master of Social Work with a concentration in Behavioral Health from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. She has served as a social worker for Manhoban and Mañana and organizes for peace and social justice. She is currently the Action Framework Coordinator for Guam Green Growth. Let's round of applause for Ms. Cameron Kitugwa. I should also mention that you've heard already some very deliberate language about where sustainability kind of fits into this conversation around decolonization. You notice that we are trying to be very deliberate about this, and it's also why we asked Cameron to be a facilitator today, because we think it's important that we connect the work of the Commission on Decolonization with sustainability work like the G3 group. We also have participation from MCCA. And so climate change, sustainability, resilience is absolutely necessary if we are going to be successful. So don't ever let anybody separate those things from each other. They have to stay together. Okay, the panel is yours. Thank you.
Cizos Masi Melvin. This panel will endeavor to further incorporate and empower our youth in Guam's quest for self-governance and sovereignty. Panelists will discuss the challenges of connecting our youth with the wider community, solutions to bridge these gaps, and to better mobilize our youth and the entire community. I would like to introduce our panel now. For our first panelist, Gianna Limtiaco is from the village of Asen. She is a sophomore at George Washington High School. Her interests are learning languages and reading books. She was a summer employee at the Commission on Decolonization as a participant in the Governor's Summer Youth Employment Program. Through this internship, Gianna learned about the meaning of decolonization and its potential benefits for our island. She had the opportunity to work alongside her supervisors by assisting with presentations to students and attending meetings relevant to the development of Guam's future. Gianna is currently a member of the GWHS Youth for Decolonization Club. May we welcome Gianna again? Our next panelist is Sophia Underwood. Sophia Underwood, she is a history teacher at George Washington High School. She has over 26 years of teaching experience at George Washington High School and Southern High School. May we give her a round of applause for that one? She has taught a variety of social studies subjects, primarily history of Guam and United States history. She is currently teaching AP United States history and is the chairperson of the social studies department. In addition to her professional duties, Ms. Underwood has also taken on the role of advisor to several clubs and organizations. She is currently a co-advisor of the class of 2024 and main advisor of the Youth for Decolonization Club. Her commitment to education and advocacy has been greatly inspired by her parents, who are both educators, and by her desire to help the youth understand their important place in our community and the wider world. Let's welcome Ms. Underwood. Our next panelist is Harmony Palaganes. She is the program coordinator for the Commission on Decolonization. In 2020, she graduated summa cum laude from the University of Guam with a Bachelor of Arts degree in political science with a minor in sociology. Throughout her time as an AmeriCorps member and in her work with the UOG Cancer Research Center and the Commission on Decolonization, her work has focused on educating the community through outreach, specifically youth engagement. Harmony also researched and wrote sections of Gia Motna, a self-determination study for Guahan, which serves as the basis for outreach and community education for the Commission on Decolonization. Let's welcome Harmony again. Our final panelist is Mr. Nolan Flores. Nolan holds a BA in Political Science and a BA in Moral Studies from the University of Guam, where he is now pursuing a Master's of Arts in Micronesian Studies and serves on the Island Wisdom Committee. From 2019 to 2022, he represented the University of Guam in the Guam Youth Congress, serving as the chairman of the Committee on Rules. Nolan was also the president of the UOG Political Science Student Association from 2020 to 2022, and the student representative on the Guam Public Library System Board of Directors from 2019 to 2022. Nolan first interned with COD in 2020 and was then hired as a part-time and now full-time employee. He also researched and wrote several sections of Gia Motna, a self-determination study for Guahan, which serves as the basis for the outreach and community education he conducts at the Commission on Decolonization. Nolan also serves as Chief Advisor on Youth Engagement to the Governor and Lieutenant Governor. May we welcome Nolan again. Thank you all for being here today and for giving me the privilege to facilitate this panel. We'll move on to our questions. For our first question, we ask, may you discuss your involvement in Guam's decolonization movement? When did it start, and what motivated you to get involved? How has your role changed since then? Gianna, may you lead?
Test, okay. So first of all, I just want to start off by saying that decolonization is a concept that is still fairly new to me, but the keywords of self-determination and sovereignty were things that I was able to learn about in my internship with the Commission on Decolonization, which I partook in as a participant in the Governor's Summer Youth Employment Program, the summer prior to school year 2023 to 2024. And in this internship, I was able to present to the students of GCC and UOG alongside with my two supervisors. And we went to many events as well. We also got to interact with people from the legislature and present to them. And it was because of this that I became more familiar with decolonization and its potential benefits for our island. And through this internship, I was also able to transition into my sophomore year as a member of our GWHS Youth for Decolonization Club. And this was a really great opportunity, and this was the way that I was also able to attend this conference. So I'm very honored to be here.
Thank you, Gianna.
First of all, I would like to thank everybody for listening to us and being here. And very thankful even for what the governor said earlier about being committed to this issue. That is a very important aspect of everything we're doing here. My involvement, even though I'm not a youth, really here, really began in the home. So I have parents who were able to discuss these things with us, but as a youth, I never did engage in any advocacy for decolonization. But as a teacher, I was able to do that, starting my career as a history of Guam teacher. And that was the vehicle with which I started getting involved in, maybe not advocacy, but teaching about decolonization. Because when you teach history of Guam, you are teaching about the colonial past and present. And so because of that, I was able to also reach my students, I believe, through that way. And then, of course, 3 years ago, an amazing thing happened. 3 students at GW approached me in their junior year and asked me if we could start a club. And to me, that was my real entrance into the movement just 3 years ago when I met our founding members. And I met Nolan Flores. So that also helped me connect with our group and the Commission on Decolonization. And if I could just take the opportunity right now to recognize my club members. They're out there, the ones that came. And also, I have 2 founding members here, Isabella Olalia and Leila Cabillas. So thank you for getting me involved. They are my inspiration as well as those who came before me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underwood.
Oh, testing. Okay, I just wanted to reiterate, thank you all for coming. We really appreciate your presence here, and we hope to continue these conversations with you afterward. My start, or when I learned about decolonization, it was later in life, like many of my peers. It was in political science, state and territorial, PS 225. That's a total promotion for poli-sci. I think all the students out there should consider it. It's great. So I learned about decolonization later on when I was in college, and when I was a senior, I was offered an opportunity to be a part, or to be a research assistant for what is now Gihamona, a self-determination study for Guam, and it's through being a research assistant that, and helping write parts of it, that I learned a lot more about how this issue connects to our lives in really personal ways, and how decolonization will allow us to improve our lives. Yeah. Okay. Anything to add? And then a shift in my involvement is that later on, I was offered a position as program coordinator, and it honestly is my favorite part of the job to do things like this, to do outreach to the community and to educate others. Because like Sophia said, like education, it's really important, and it's empowering to empower others. And thank you.
Thank you, Harmony.
After everyone, Sizosmasi. Yeah, mine is very similar story to Harmony's, right? In that it was in college at UOG as a poli-sci graduate as well, right? And we have a few others in the audience. We have Javen Santos as well as Arya Palagonis. There may be others. But it was really, right, we're unpacking these issues and the long history, the colonial legacies, right, of our island, but then also making the connections to the contemporary, right, that many of these things are very much still the same as they were before, right? And so for me, this was this realization and this struggle, internal struggle of how do I make this, or it became my personal obligation, right? And so then the question then became, where is my role in this movement, right? What can I do with what I'm good at, right? To contribute a small role in pushing this forward, like it has been, like so many have done for so many years prior, right? And so that was the shift for me, of seeking out things, and I was grateful. And speaking to how my role has changed over time, right? I was grateful for the movement sort of being accessible to me in terms of having someone like Dr. Cooper, someone like Dr. Cruz, like Dr. Keisha, as mentors, as someone to kind of help me navigate, right? Of this is what we've done, this is how you might fit into the movement, right? So it was all about finding where I fit in. And I think now the role at COD, right, that's been the most fulfilling part of it, is making it so much more accessible, because I recognize that not all of our youth might have that same opportunity, right? That same mentorship that I had that got me in the movement and that got me, to doing all of this great community education that Harmony and I and Mel do at our office. So that's really what I do now, is how do we break down these barriers that might be, inhibiting our youth from joining the movement and from having a similar experience to mine of being so, involved in a movement in a small way, but in a meaningful way.
Thank you, Nolan. For this next question, I'll ask Ms. Underwood to answer, because she has dedicated 26 years of her life to serving in our public school systems. What role have youth played in our quest for self-governance and sovereignty? Please share some examples from your experience.
Said the youth, right? The youth, what role has the youth?
Yes.
Okay. Well, one thing I can say as far as the youth are concerned, they're not the same type of people I went to high school with. I can tell you that. There is a greater social consciousness that I see with young people today, and it's very obvious that a lot of that has to do with what I feel is the commitment on the part of institutions like UOG, GCC, and GDOE to make it part of the curriculum. Learning about decolonization has become mainstream. I feel that that is the reason why the youth are better prepared to participate in issues of sovereignty and self-governance. They understand it a lot better. When I talk to students today, they already recognize that Guam has a colonial status. I don't have to even explain that to them, really. So that really has helped in shaping their role in how to deal with issues of sovereignty and self-governance.
Thank you. Thank you. Would anyone else like to contribute?
So we're doing our same order. Okay, no. Yeah, I think our youth, right, have always served as sort of the energy, right, the energy of the movement. And I think in the short time that I've been involved, maybe beginning in 2019, right, so that's about 4 years of, being immersed and kind of involved in the issues. And in the community education that we're doing in the classrooms, right, getting out at UOG, GCC, each of the various high schools, I would personally assess that I think the movement has sort of seen, a little slow in the momentum, right, since something like the Davis case, since even the pandemic, right, which kind of, took a lot of us out of our communities that we're so used to in terms of organizing and things. But that same thing, I don't think that happened with the youth, right? What we're seeing in the schools is that our youth are so energized, and they're actually, after we do our presentations and we open it up to questions, they're asking questions like, okay, what's next? When's the vote? How can we get this done? And to really see that shift in, them taking on this agency of they're actually a part of this movement, right? And realizing, centering themselves in this role as the ones that are gonna propel it forward, not having to be told or having to be, really pushed to do that. They're just doing it for themselves. And we see that with things like Youth for Decolonization, with a lot of other clubs within the schools, at our Fanhita conference yesterday, right? So I think that's really a great thing that's happening recently, is agency, and youth are centering themselves and realizing their own role very quickly and with a lot of passion, and it's so great to see.
Thank you, Nolan. Harmony, would you like to add?
Oh, sure. Yeah. To build off Nolan's example, I think or what Nolan said, one example that we can provide is from the last Fanhita or Fanhita Manhopen. One deliverable that we asked of students was to have your own event. And they were so, like, with minimal guidance from us, so motivated to do their own thing within their schools and with each other. Even though they're from different schools, they wanted to connect and they did it on their own. You know, we do panels like this, but they know how to reach out to their peers. So they do murals and they do plays in their schools. And they know best how to connect with each other. And it's really inspiring to see how motivated and how energetic they are to take on the issue for themselves and make a space for themselves. It's great.
Thank you, Harmony. Gianna, would you like to add?
So I know Nolan mentioned Youth for Decall at GW. So things like these, I think that's an example of how our youth are involved in our quest for self-governance and sovereignty. So Youth for Decall, I believe, has been established since about 3 years ago. And it's good to see that the club is still continuing on. And I was just talking to Miss Underwood about it, as I don't have too much knowledge on it. It's my first year in it. But she was saying that we have a lot more members this year, which is really good to see. So it shows that the word is being spread and that our youth are being more involved.
Thank you. Moving on to our next question, I'd like to ask, how has youth engagement and involvement in decolonization and in our decolonization movement, how has it evolved over time? Nolan, would you like to lead our discussion?
Pass. No, I'm just kidding. We were joking about this before the panel. Because this question was just added last night at midnight. But I think, you know, how has it evolved over time? I can really only speak to very recently, right? And the same things can be said, that we've really seen our youth look at it as their issue, right? And that hasn't always been the case. I think even for me, going back to high school, I saw friends who were, you know, organizing in my school and having rallies, but I was, you know, I just like, oh, that's happening, right? Never really, you know, being interested in it. But that's what we're seeing, is that our youth are really starting to understand or starting to grow into this idea that the movement isn't something that's happening, you know, independently of them and far away from them. It's very much their reality, right? It's happening right there. It's happening now. It's happening, you know, right outside their front door. It's just a matter of taking that first step, right? That we're seeing many of them are taking, of getting involved. When we're talking about accessibility of the movement and how open it is to, you know, bringing others in, that's always our thing, even at our office, is how do we expand to those that you know, we've never talked to before about the issue. And I think, you know, this conference is an example of that we're doing that by bringing youth here. And so that's it.
Thank you, Nolan.
Oh, okay. Sorry, just to build off Nolan's point, I think we both talked about how we learned about decolonization and truly got involved in college, but now we're seeing a lot of students learning about it in high school and even younger. So when he says, like, we're trying to make it more accessible, one thing our office is trying to do is work with GDOE to build a curriculum that can be taught in schools. So the conversation is more normalized at a younger age. And so we learn about it younger, and we're a part of the movement for more time. If that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Harmony. Ms. Underwood, would you like to contribute?
Yes. You know, actually the founders of our Youth for Decolonization movement, our club at GW, those students, I believe, took history of Guam in middle school. So when you start educating students at younger ages about, you know, our current status and situation, it really does make a difference, because those kids came to me to start the club. You know, I was just really impressed by their knowledge of the issues already. So those are the kinds of things that maybe that's changing the way youth engage. And the other thing is, of course, the social media has a very huge impact on the way young people communicate with each other. if you just look at anybody's profile, I mean, you don't even have to join a club or be an activist or anything like that. You just look at people's profiles and you can already predict what they're going to repost, and you kind of already see their advocacy even through their social media profiles. So it's heartening to see young people grasp issues like this and then try to promote them, so I think that's that's been one of the biggest changes, I believe, is the use of social media to engage other people and engage with information.
Thank you.
So I know it was mentioned by Nolan and Harmony that GDOE has been incorporating decolonization into their curriculum, and I think that's a great way to spread the word, because when I was taking world geography, we did go over decolonization briefly. Although we didn't go too much into detail, I saw that my classmates had some sort of an interest in it. And that was really great to know that we were educating ourselves about the political status options. And whether or not they agree with a certain one or if they're still unsure, it's great that we at least got the word out about that so that it's something that our youth can start contemplating.
Thank you. What are some potential obstacles or challenges that our youth may face when engaging with the wider community in movements towards decolonization and peace? Ms. Underwood, may you lead?
So there are many misconceptions about what decolonization is, and I know that Nolan and Harmony are doing their best to do community outreach, and that's wonderful. But that's their audience is mainly younger people, right, that they're going out to. So what I find is that some of the parents might not be on board with it. A lot of like even in trying to join my club, there's people who say, oh, I don't think my parents want me to join something political. That sounds radical, or, so the one obstacle may be the way, the influence of their parents is not really, go for it. Let's, join these clubs and go to the rally or go to the protest or anything like that. They always question it, which is, of course, I agree with that. That's their right to question as parents. So that might be one obstacle. As far as establishing the club at our school, we had really great response from the administration, so that hasn't really been one. But, even at that, there's people who want to join the club and they say, oh yeah, but I'm in ROTC, can I still join? So, we try to say it's not really, you don't have to be anti-military or anything, you just have to be for decolonization. So, and we're trying to understand those issues and work on them together. But those are some of the obstacles that I see, especially with establishing our club and continuing it.
Thank you. Gianna, would you like to add to that?
Well, I think just decolonization itself, when someone hears that word, it was mentioned before, they have this misconception that maybe it's a topic that should be avoided because of the whole controversy about it. But I think it's still important to go over it. Just informing yourself about the 3 political status options, it just gives you time to think about how Guam could be in the future, what more could be out there for Guam. And of course, for the youth, this would be something that would be hard to discuss, especially since adults themselves have a hard time talking about it. It may discourage them from discussing it with their own peers as well.
Thank you. Harmony?
I think we're all in agreement. That's what I want to say too. But just building off of what they're saying, one thing that we're asked when we go and do outreaches, what can I do to be a part of like decol, or how can I contribute? And the simplest answer that we give them, or the easiest way, is to start conversations. Start it with your family and your friends. But that's difficult to do when you have to fight those misconceptions. And even as our office, it's hard when people say like, oh, status quo is an option, we should choose status quo, or oh, the military will leave tomorrow if we choose independence. And imagine us having to fight those conversations with like poli-sci degrees and like where we're coming from, being a student and being young. And people may be like underestimating your knowledge just because of your age. I think that can be difficult to combat, and we should just encourage people to have conversations and not underestimate our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Harmony.
And then you took my answer, Harmony. No. I think, yeah, that's the thing, right? When we talk about how controversial it might be, it might give our youth this idea that they need to have all of this content knowledge, right? And all of the definitions correct, and all of the history, that they need to know it from the start, right? In order to get involved, in order to have a role in it. When that's really not the case, right? That you can start with your personal experiences and what matters to you, and then you will learn all of that other content knowledge, right? That's gonna make you, let's say, an expert on decolonization, right? You'll learn that along the way. You don't need that to start, to take that first step to being involved, right? So when we talk about what's controversial and how we can break down that barrier and make conversations easier, right? And make these normal, everyday conversations at the dinner table, in the classroom, in the car, I think, right, just center on yourself, center on even what you're good at, right? We all know what we're good at, and it all somehow fits into what we each can contribute to decolonization.
Thank you. Thank you all for your contributions. We'll move on to our final question. How can we expand the individual and collective roles of youth in our decolonization movement? Harmony, would you like to lead the discussion?
Sure. Okay. So we gave one method that we encourage the youth to do is to start conversations. Something we also encourage them to do is join a club or start a club at your school. To start those conversations at that level, I wrote them down. Sorry. Also, you can connect, I'm gonna plug our office a lot, but you could connect with us, and if you're, okay, wait. Raise a hand if you're a student. Raise your hand. Okay, raise your hand if our office has presented in your classroom. Okay, not all of the students raise their hands. Ask your teachers for us to come to your classrooms. We could definitely do presentations, and just in general, like, encouraging people to create spaces for the youth to have these conversations, I think is important. And yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and to jump off from there, right? We keep having this question of, okay, how do we take this out of the classroom, right? And we're seeing that some schools and some students, some orgs are doing that work and starting clubs, right? Starting all of these different organizations. And one thing we've kind of been workshopping, even in just the past week with our office, is how do we take this island-wide, right? How do we start this, this youth collective that is gonna push this issue not within schools, right? Not this siloed organizing. How do we synthesize it? How do we synergize it, right? And I think we have a few representatives from orgs such as the Guam Youth Congress, right? We have the Governor's Youth Advisory Council, right? We need to start having these conversations about how can we also institutionalize youth organizations related to decolonization, self-determination, and sovereignty, right? How can we take all of the good work that are happening in the schools and put it toward this large effort, right? So I think we definitely need to have that conversation, and I will make sure to do my end on the Governor's Youth Advisory Council and working, of course, with Youth for Decol to get everyone connected to each other and plugged in. I think that's how we elevate this even further from the great place it's already in.
Thank you, Nolan. Ms. Underwood?
So I feel like the Fanhita Manhoban conference that I attended last year and then the Fanhita this year, those are really good opportunities to engage students, especially because the focus is through art. Some students like to play the guitar, you know, but maybe they don't know about decolonization, and you can kind of connect the two things. There's a lot of intersectionality with other types of organizations, Pertahila Texan, And gosh, I forget what it's called, Isabella. I know you're in Pratehi, Protect the Water, right? That's one, too. There you go, Protect Guam Water. So, we have other organizations that if maybe their primary interest is not in decolonization or they don't know enough about it, then they could join other clubs like that or organizations and learn from them. I think that's one way that they can, get involved and collectively or individually. I know somebody said it earlier too about that, when people think whatever they do doesn't matter or something. Somebody said that earlier to Javen. Yes, okay. But all of these things build up, and I like how he also mentioned that it's because of the people that came before us that we're here in this position. And so trying to convince young people that their actions, whether they be small in their own opinion, it really does add up and it gets us to a better place.
Thank you, Ms. Underwood. Gianna, as our bona fide youth panelists, can you close our discussion?
Okay, so just after listening to everything that was mentioned, it pretty much all resonates with the idea of giving the youth opportunities. So even just this conference right now, I think it's a great way to get the youth involved. And attending the first day of the conference yesterday, it was really engaging, and I saw that some of the kids in my breakout session, they were unfamiliar with the term decolonization or radical hope. But it was through these activities that we were able to bond, get to know each other, but also to discuss these political issues going on in our island. So,
thank you. Folks, can we give our panel a round of applause? I just wanted to thank all of you for sharing your insight and for all of your work. Whether it's with the Commission on Decolonization, whether it's with your school or your communities, thank you so much for all of your work. We will open up the floor to questions and answers. So if there are any questions in the room, may you please write it down and send it forth to this corner table.
So the first question we have is, what are the current challenges regarding curriculum when it comes to educating the youth on the topic of decolonization?
Okay, maybe I should handle that because I am a teacher. So I feel like there has been a lot of progress made in that regard, actually. If you look at I'm pretty sure none of you have looked at the priority standards for teaching history of Guam, but as DC of the department, I had to really look at those things. And you can see that there is a space for learning about decolonization, primarily through history of Guam. So not saying that it can't be improved, but I feel like there has been a major improvement. I didn't even take history of Guam when I was going to high school. So having it available, and then of course having a partnership with GDOE and Decolonize Commission, these things are going to advance that even more, I believe. So that's my answer.
Thank you.
Is there a way for decolonization to become a topic of discussion below the high school level to make it accessible to middle and elementary school students?
Okay, I'll try. I never taught elementary or middle school. I'm too scared to do that. So, but I feel like, that's a huge responsibility. It's obviously a different audience, so I really do enjoy teaching high school because of, the relative maturity that's the students there. I feel like there might be some ways to incorporate decolonization into elementary. Maybe middle school is probably a better start for that. Not sure what they could color something, in the elementary or something, like get involved in the, like I said, there's a lot of intersectionality with other organizations and movements. So like Protect Guam Water, I'm pretty sure that would be a really good thing for, kids to learn about, and they can grasp that easily. The issues of decolonization might be maybe a little bit too challenging for elementary, but definitely middle school. I hope that other middle schools put history of Guam as part of the subjects there, because as far as I know, Antalan Middle School was the only one I've heard of where there's a history of Guam class.
Thank you. I believe that's all the time we have for this panel discussion. So may I ask for another round of applause?
We have one more, clap it up one more time for our panel. Thank you, Nolan, Harmony, Mrs. Underwood. Oh, selfie time. Let's see, the young people know about things like that. I suck at the selfies. I apologize. I know that I started seeing all the question cards flooding in when we're at 2 minutes. And I know that we didn't get to all the questions. I apologize. We're trying to keep on our schedule, but we are going to be taking a brief break, and when we come back, we're going to be moving into our table discussions. So what we're doing with all of these questions and the discussions is that our office is compiling them as part of our strategic planning. And so I'm hoping that we will make the additional questions that did not get asked available. I'll announce them so that you can include them in your tabletop discussions. We will be collecting the data and information so that we can be informed as we move forward and develop our plans for the year or next year. So thank you again to our panelists. Thanks to all of you who participated and asked questions. We hope that you are still with us. Please take a quick, 15-minute break, right? 5-minute break, man. Yeah, man. My staff is so disciplined. Okay, we're gonna do a quick 5-minute bathroom break, and then we're gonna come right back and get into our tabletop discussions. Thank you, everyone. Okay, I think that's our 5-minute bathroom break. I know there's some people still filing in, but we're gonna just try to get moving and get organized. Okay, so this part of the conference, we really want to encourage the discourse and allow people to exchange ideas. We're gonna encourage you to move around a bit and mingle with other folks that maybe you haven't had a chance to engage with. It's not mandatory. Don't freak out if you're really comfortable in your seat and that's your spot and that's your crew. We get it. Build with your crew. However, there are definitely some tables with like onesies and twosies. If you don't mind jumping into a larger group for a discussion. I'm going to bring Harmony up in just a second to give you the instructions for this tabletop activity, but I just wanted to acknowledge that there are a whole bunch of questions that started flooding in at the end of the panel, and we didn't have a chance to get to all of them. But there are some really fantastic questions that I wanted to just put out there. So hopefully you folks can include them as part of your discussions, address them. Again, we are going to be collecting these notes and responses so that we can incorporate them into our educational strategy in the coming year. So if I may, I just want to read off a few of these questions from the audience. One of them is, what are the biggest obstacles to have decolonization and re-indigenization topics institutionalized? Where is the resistance, if any? Which I think is a fantastic question. Another question, how can I make a statement and speak about decolonization respectfully at my school and with the youth in my community? Another one is, how do you engage with youth who are non-Chamorro and believe that decolonization has nothing to do with them? I think this is a fantastic question. Actually, Harmony should answer that question. We have this conversation a lot in our office. How does indigenous identity and Chamorro feature in youth discussions about self-determination? Okay, so these are a lot of great questions, a lot of great perspectives. I encourage you folks to have these discussions, to incorporate some of these questions into your tabletop discussions. We have some time to really dig in on this. My staff is going to be moving around from table to table to participate as well. So if you can just direct your attention, I'm going to bring Harmony up to give you some brief instructions on how to do this, and then we'll get rolling. Thank you.
Bring this down because I'm short. Okay. Okay. So there's still people with us. Awesome. Okay. So thank you again all for joining us today, and we hope you take something away from what we've learned from the two panels. But now we're going to try and shift focus and focus on you, our community stakeholders. So what you have on your tables, or what you should have received, are 2 activity sheets. And so for this activity, we want to hear feedback from you, our community, to help us in our future public information program, so to help us with public outreach. So how is this going to go? Step 1, get into table groups. So you all seem to be in groups that you're comfortable with. You can move around if you want. You could do that now or later, up to you. Okay, number 2, assign a scribe or recorder. So each table got 2 sheets. One is just a backup. You can all fill out a sheet together. You just assign one person to record your answers. Number 3, discuss the question. So on the activity sheets you received, there should be one question. I'm sorry, there's one more slide. If we could turn to it. Is there another slide? Okay. If not, it's totally cool. It's on the question sheets. I don't have one up here, but okay, Nolan's changing it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, there it is. What are some strategies or activities that can be used to bridge the gap between youth and the larger community? So we're trying to build off what we did in panel 2, and hopefully get feedback from your community on how we can bridge that gap with our youth in the outreach that we do. So if you're able to discuss this with your table mates, and then record your answers. And then, of course, our team will be going around to see how you're doing, see if we can contribute to your conversations, And what we plan to do with the answers that we receive from you is to create a community engagement plan that we can use for the coming year. So we listen to your feedback, and hopefully that can help us improve and reach a larger audience. Okay. Any questions? Everyone's good? Yeah, can I get a thumbs up? Oh my God, I have so much power up here. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Don't mind me. I'm just being the lame timekeeper. We have about 16, 17 minutes or so until 2:30. And that's when we're scheduled for a resolution presentation from Vice Speaker Barnes, Munya Barnes' office. So if you can try to wrap up your conversations in the next 15 minutes or so, please ensure that you have a scribe taking notes. We will be collecting them, and we'll be happy to stick around and talk to you a little bit about what you got going on in your table. Also, more exciting news is that there are cookies in the back, and you should get some because it's like the back end, and I'm sure we could use a little bit of a sugar rush right now. So please help yourself. There's still coffee and tea available. And we will be wrapping up shortly after the presentation from Vice Speaker. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're about at 2:30, and we are happy to announce that Vice Speaker Munoz Barnes has joined us. We're really excited because yes, please, round of applause for Vice Speaker. Vice Speaker is also a member of our board. She's been a longtime supporter and advocate of tomorrow's self-determination and the Commission on Decolonization, the work that we do in the community. When she found out about the conference, I got an angry phone call. I won't tell you which staffer called me, but one of her staff called me and said, I noticed that Vice Speaker is not on your list of like your roster of programming. And we got to talking, and they offered to, staffer explained that Vice Speaker was interested in presenting a resolution, which was really a nice surprise. I mean, we're always appreciative of her commitment to continue to advocate for tomorrow's self-determination and decolonization for Guam. But it's always great to have a standing record from our leaders about that support and advocacy so that it continues. You know, we talked a lot about our connection to our ancestors, our elders who did this work so that we could be here to do this work now. And this is one of the things that, you know, we think is really important is how do we allow this language, this rhetoric, this messaging, and this work to continue even after we are no longer here. You know, we talked a little bit earlier, we acknowledged Senator Sina Hope Cristobal, who was a part of the Guam legislature that passed the law that created the Commission on Decolonization. It's been a while since Sina Hope has been in the legislature, but her work continues, and the work of her fellow legislators, including the governor. My mom was there at that time. So this is all very important and it allows us the opportunity. When I say us, I mean really our young people. It allows our young people the opportunity to continue the work. So thank you to all of our elders, our ancestors, our movers and shakers in our community, our advocates and our champions who have allowed this work to continue and allowed us the space to be involved and to participate. With that, I would like to ask you to help me welcome Vice Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes to the stage to present a resolution for the Commission on Decolonization. Thank you.
Before I start the resolution presentation, I'd like to call the Executive Director, Mr. Boer. Please join me. And I was informed that we probably have some colleagues, former colleagues, that are here. If Auntie Hope is here still as a SINA and former senator, please, Senator Hope, please, if she can join me up here as one who led this drive. Auntie Hope, if there's anybody else that needs to come up here, I know that Senator Judy, a speaker, one of my favorites with Auntie Hope, please join us because it's through their efforts that I continue to be in this position, but more importantly, they have helped guide the way, and it's only fitting that when we present this resolution that we include them. Ladies and gentlemen, it did take us a very long time, and we have not stopped. And when we see our SINAs and our elders, and I know I'm right behind them in as far as age of wisdom, I want to say we have never given up this fight to determine who we are as island people. And I'm just... And I understand Ty Whitaker is here, and I'm going to ask them to go ahead and just please go to the center and be recognized. And I hope I'm not missing anybody. Is there anybody else? Tanya? Taylor? Anybody else? Nolan? Okay. You know, ladies and gentlemen, I did just come from session. And I want to make this presentation on behalf of the 37th Guam Legislature, but I also want to say many of God's blessings to each and every one of you here. And as I was asked to see what I could do to assist and support and advocate for what you folks do here in Fanhita and this conference, I want to say it was fitting that we present on behalf of the people of Guam in the 37th Guam Legislature this resolution number 236-37 LS, as introduced, of course, by myself and the senators of the 37th Guam Legislature, but also acknowledging the fact that both Speaker Judy Wampat and Senator Hope Cristobal, who've really been pioneers since our plight, since 1950, if I'm not mistaken, on us moving to see how we can determine our self-governance. This resolution, ladies and gentlemen, is relative to recognizing the Commission on Decolonization and its staff, panelists, and community members for hosting the third annual Fanhita Conference with this year's theme, Fanhita, Security, Sovereignty, and the Path to Peace, and commending the Commission for their dedication and commitment to engaging the community in Guam's decolonization efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, most of this resolution is information that you probably, all of you probably already know about this conference. So instead, I just want to take this time to extend an undunkulu na si Diyos Masi to the organizers, to the presenters and attendees of this year's Fanhita Conference. I'm sure it's been said many times during this event and countless times since 1950 and even earlier than that. But decolonization, ladies and gentlemen, is so important for our people, for our island, and it's not always understood. In fact, it's often misunderstood. And somehow, even though the work is thankless, even though it can be very tiring when you invest all your time and may feel like we're just spinning our wheels, using up all our energy without going anywhere, but that's not the truth. Because of the efforts like this conference, more and more people are being educated about decolonization and self-determination. Decades of sweat and tears have led to awareness in the United Nations, in the region, and even in the federal government. Yet, what I'm most humbled by is the higher calling that is being carried on today by so many stakeholders, government leaders, and perhaps more importantly, our youth as represented today, who will inherit the mission when they take the reins from us. So I'd like to ask a favor. When this conference concludes, please take the time to reflect on what you have learned through these panels and discussions. Share that knowledge with a friend, family member, or loved one. And please know that all your hard work matters. On Guam, perhaps more than anywhere else in America, an individual can make a real and lasting difference. And when our island comes together, ladies and gentlemen, with us being unified, Fanhita, we can make history. I'm going to go ahead and read the resolve clause and then make the official presentation. So be it resolved that Imina 37 na legislaturan Guahandas hereby, on behalf of the people of Guam, recognize the Commission on Decolonization, its staff, panelists, and community members for holding the third annual Fanhita Conference this year's theme, Fanhita, Security, Sovereignty, and the Path to Peace, and commend the Commission for their dedication and commitment to engaging the community in Guam's decolonization efforts. And be it further resolved that the Speaker certified and the Legislative Secretary attest to the adoption whereof, and that copies of the same thereafter be transmitted to Mr. Melvin Wampat Bora, our Executive Director on the Commission on Decolonization, and to the Honorable Lourdes A. Leon Guerrero Imagalahan Guan, and I want to include all the members of the decolonization. Ladies and gentlemen, this was signed and sealed in the city of Agana. It was signed by our Speaker, and our legislative Senator Senator Amanda Shelton. And if I may, like I said earlier, as we see our Sina, who literally helped in the start of pushing and advocating through, many, many decades later, we're still here. We cannot give up. We must continue to advocate. And I want to share before I do this that even as of next week, this coming week, we have a resolution in support of these efforts. And more importantly, we do have a senator from Washington, D.C. that will be here also. And we will be having meetings hoping to also engage with you to bring this topic to the forefront. So the more we talk about it, the more we share with our family, our friends, and everybody around us, the more we can come closer to literally, finally getting through and sharing what we need to do. Decolonize our island and have our own self-governance, whatever right you choose, but that we make that decision sooner than later. Und dankul na si Jesus masi ham tutodo si Jesus and bini DC, jen Sina masi.
Seduus Maasi, Vice Speaker, Tina Munya Barnes, we really do appreciate, it's for us, it's really less about the public recognition. She mentioned that this is thankless work and we're good with not being thanked. But I think that the reason why this means so much to us is that this represents an opportunity to continue the work. It represents hope that that the work can continue and that our young people who are gaining interest in this now will always have a place, and that this will always be a part of our platform and a part of our priority as a government. You know, when the Commission on Decolonization was started in 1997, it was a direct response to what had happened under the Commission on Self-Determination, which was our predecessor. And when the Commonwealth Draft Act was rejected by Congress, despite us putting it to a popular vote, you know, it really kind of sent a message to our community. And thankfully, our leaders were thoughtful about it. They were deliberate and strategic. And if you read the governing legislation that created the Commission on Decolonization, you will see the strategy just chucked all throughout the language. It's so well crafted, it's so deliberate, and it's almost like the minds that were involved in the crafting of this not only learned from the experience of the Commission on Self-Determination, but we're anticipating what our challenges would be in the future. And this is really important for us, right? We have to be intelligent, we have to be strategic, we have to be deliberate, because you know it still takes work, not just to achieve tomorrow's self-determination and decolonization, but we also have to allow people space. We have to allow them an opportunity to be involved. So, you know, you being here, taking out time in your day to have these discussions is really important. You know, it's a good sign that the movement is still alive and well. There's still a lot of people who care. I just sat, I was going around the tables during our discussion, and I got a chance to, sorry ladies, I'm gonna put you on blast right now. I sat over here at this table. I made two friends who are two Chuukese young women born and raised in Guam. You know, clearly identify as, you know, very upfront, identify as Chuukese, but they know no other home than Guam. I sat in the back here with one of our friends from the group, the Filipinos for Chamorro Self-Determination. And we had a discussion about the question that was asked earlier about, you know, what do you say to non-Chamorros who feel like they don't have a place in this conversation? We have never shied away from the fact that what we are advocating for is not just self-determination, it is specifically Chamorro self-determination, because we recognize that the right to decolonize is the right of the colonized. And so, you know, it is important that what we recognize that what we are doing here is we are attempting to right a historical wrong. You know, it's impossible for us to move forward if we are not healing the wounds of the past, and that's where this process begins for us, is the recognition of this historical wrong and the commitment to make it right. But that said, you know, it doesn't mean that this is an exclusive process. When we did the, this is before I started at the Commission on Decolonization, we organized an event in response to the Davis case. It was called the Respect the Chamorro People Rally. There were over 1,000 people who came to Adelup to demonstrate and protest on that day in response to the Davis case. And it was a representation of the solidarity and support for the colonized people of Guam to have their right exercised around self-determination. Not long after I started at the Commission on Decolonization, we helped to organize the Fanhita March. We had over 2,000 people marching in the street from Adelup to the federal court in support and solidarity with the native inhabitants of Guam, with the Chamorro people of Guam, insisting that this right should be recognized. And so we appreciate the advocacy, support, the champions in our community that may not be ethnically Chamorro, that may not be quote unquote native inhabitants, but nonetheless call this place home. And we recognize that this process must be inclusive of all of them. But the process is long and it's difficult, and it requires all of us to get involved. And so, you know, as we start thinking about what this looks like moving into the future, yes, we are absolutely advocating that the right of the colonized be recognized and that Chamorro self-determination be realized. But once that happens, you know, there's still a long road ahead for us. Whatever status we choose, we have to figure out how to manifest that status. What does a freely associated Guahan look like? What does the state of Guahan look like? What does the independent nation of Guahan look like? There's really no way to know that for sure. There's no identical freely associated nation. All of our neighbors in Micronesia are very unique from each other. Similar relationship with the United States, but each of them had an opportunity to negotiate the terms of that relationship, which is what we would do if we were to choose free association. If we were to become a state, there's no identical state in the United States. Each one of them has their own state constitution, right? And so that would inevitably be a part of our process. Should we decide that we want to be a state, we'd have to come together for a constitutional convention, which we've actually done in the past. Did you know that Congress authorized us to draft a constitution? You know why we haven't drafted one? Because our people are intelligent. And our people recognize that drafting a constitution ahead of political status resolution is putting the cart before the carabao. Why would we draft a constitution if we don't know what our political status is? Exactly what kind of constitution are we drafting? Because a state constitution is different than a covenant of free association or a compact. It's different than an independent nation's constitution or a Bill of Rights or whatever similar document. And so we have to commend the foresight and the intelligence of our community from all the way back dating to Spanish colonial era until today. We have a lot of very capable, intelligent people who are leading the charge and that are willing to do this work and to make space for others to participate. And I think that that's our responsibility. We say a lot about our young people and their responsibility to get involved, but it is also our responsibility as those moving and shaking right now to make space for our young people to do that. And so I appreciate all of you being here, being open to engagement, being welcoming to our young people and allowing them to share the space. But most importantly, I appreciate that all of you have made a commitment to do this work. We can't do this work alone. I always joke about how we're a small crew, but it's really less about the number of people that we have in our office and more about the strategy that we deploy and the support that we're able to elicit from our community. We are nothing without our community partners. And so in order for us to be successful, it literally will take the entire island to raise each child, and we must do it collectively. So thank you for making time to attend with us. Thank you for being here with us. We really appreciate your time and your attention. We hope to see you again tomorrow. Tomorrow's conversation is going to be fantastic. Please let your friends and family know that we are streaming today. We will be streaming live again tomorrow for day 3. And then we are also going to be hosting a community night tomorrow night, right after the conference. We shoot straight down to the Guam Museum. We've invited all of our youth participants to come back to community night and share some of their creative expression with us. And so we're really hopeful that many of you will decide to join us and engage with our young people. We hope you had a really great time today. I just want to thank one more time all of our panelists, our facilitators, our keynote speaker, Javen, of course, our governor who came down to open with us today. I want to thank our former leaders, Sign of Hope, of course. Mom, thank you, Mom. Speaker, former speaker. And I also want to thank, of course, Vice Speaker Munya Barnes for making the effort to recognize us with a legislative resolution. But most especially, thank you to all of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time, your attention, your commitment. I hope you have a wonderful day today. We're getting out of here a little bit early. Good luck. I hope you beat that traffic back in. Okay, have a nice day, everyone. Be safe. And happy Halloween. Thank you for being here with us on Halloween. There's candy on the table. Enjoy yourselves. Okay, everyone. Have a nice day, and we'll see you tomorrow.